Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started here shortly. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 187 Caribbean Fisheries Management Council meeting held today, August 12th, 2025 at the Embassy Suite, San Juan, Puerto Rico. And we're calling this meeting to order. It's at 9:04 a.m. A roll call. We're going to start on my right with the Coast Guard.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Ensign James Butler. I am stationed at Coast Guard Sector San Juan in San Juan, Puerto Rico, down the road. I am a member of the Law Enforcement Division, and I'll be speaking today on the Coast Guard's use of our 5 cutters located here in San Juan to patrol mostly the Mona Passage, but also in the Greater Antilles over by St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. Thank you.
Good morning, Sarah Stevenson, NOAA Fisheries.
Buenos días, María López, NOAA Fisheries.
Ann Kirsting, NOAA GC Southeast.
Andy Strelchak, NOAA Fisheries Southeast Regional Office, Regional Administrator.
Diana Martino, Council Staff.
Sam Rauch, Deputy Director, NOAA Fisheries, Washington, D.C.
Vanessa Ramirez, Vice Chair.
Ricardo López, Puerto Rico DNR.
Sinai Haptis, Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Roberto Sabater, Council Member.
Graciela Garcia Moliner, Council Staff.
Yajaira Rivera García, Council Staff. Buenos días, Cristina Olan Martínez, Council Staff.
Buenos días, Janet Ramos García, Outreach and Education Advisory Panel Chair.
Buenos días, Gerson Martínez, DAP Chair, St. Croix. Van Vicente, Scientific and Statistical Committee. Thank you.
Julian McGrath, DAP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crespo, DAP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Tony Blanchard, USVI, DAP member.
Good morning, Miguel Borges, NOAA Office of Law Enforcement.
Buenos días, María Irizarry, Council Staff. Buenos días, Marta Prada, AIRA Coordinator.
Buenos días, Leandri de la Cruz, St. Croix Fisheries Liaison.
Good morning, Daniel Matos Caraballo, Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources.
Yeah, good morning, Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fisheries Liaison.
Good morning, Maureen Trinka, NOAA Fisheries Headquarters.
Good morning, Joshua Cattell, DAP member, St. Thomas.
Buenos dias, James Craiglow, commercial fisherman.
Miguel Rolón, Council Staff.
Carla Fischetti, Council Member.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We also need to read the people in Zoom.
Yes.
So people in Zoom, we have Brendan. Let me open the list of participants. We have Maggie Rios, Guillermo Cordero, Aurea Rodríguez Santiago, Brendan McKessie, Grisel Rodríguez Ferrer, Jesús Rivera Hernández, Kate Sanboni, Nicole Gris, Rafik Orun, Shirley Lede, Virginia Sherbet, Yamitza Rodriguez, and a person with a phone number. And please, if that person could identify him or herself. That's all the people that we have in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. So we'll need a motion.
There are no additions. Sinai Haptis, for the record, I motion we accept the agenda as it stands.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Okay, motion to accept by Sanai Haptes of the agenda and seconded by Vanessa Ramirez. I said all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Next on the agenda is the election of officials.
Good morning from the Coast Guard. I am calling for a nomination for the chair.
Sinai Haptis, for the record, I nominate Carlos Fischetti for the chair and Vanessa Ramirez for vice chair.
Andy Strelchak, I'll second Sinai's motion.
Will there be any other nominations? Here and now, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next, we have Sam Rouse. Sam, would you care to say anything?
Thank you, newly elected chair. I've met many of you before. It's always a pleasure to come down here. I am Sam Rauch. I am the Deputy Director of NOAA's National Marine Fisheries Service. I oversee the work of all the regions, and I bring you greetings from Genio Pinheiro Soler, who I'm sure many of you know, who's my boss in DC. He oversees the entire National Marine Fisheries Service. He regrets he's unable to attend. I always enjoy coming down here to see where the real work of the fisheries is done. Last time I came down here, I think was in December. I gave you a number of statistics nationally. I'm not going to do that again. But we operate the most transparent, science-based fishery management system in the world. We, unlike most other countries, we monitor all our fisheries. We can tell you what is caught, where it's caught, who's catching it, and make legitimate scientific-based predictions about how much can be caught and what the trends are. We monitor all kinds of data, and then it all feeds into you all here at the council, which does the delicate work of looking at both the science, the economic and social impacts of the science, and making recommendations as to how we should manage the fisheries. We could not collectively do this without the work of the council. This is where everything happens. This is the linchpin of everything that we do, and you all are the ones that do it. You come prepared to these meetings. You make difficult decisions, you debate difficult issues, and you provide extremely valuable recommendations to the Fisheries Service for how to implement the various provisions of the statute, and we appreciate all of that. I'm not going to take up more time. I've seen that your agenda is quite packed. I'm happy to have any discussions or answer any questions, but it is always a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Next, we have the consideration of the 186 council meeting verbatim transcriptions. Yeah. So we lost the father of Tony Blanchard not too long ago here, so we would like to have a moment of silence in his recognition. Okay, thank you. Miguel.
Okay, we are lucky that his son is still a member of the council. By some delays, Tony Blanchard is here with us, a member of the public. And he will have a hell of a time trying to keep his mouth shut when we discuss everything that we have to discuss. But let's assure you, we will allow you to participate one way or the other. And then we want to also recognize James Creglow. James term expired August 10, and he'll be with us. And if we follow the policy that we have so far, we will switch. James Creglow could be a member of the DAP. That will be discussed this evening. And Tony Blanchard will be a new council member. So by the September meeting, you're going to be sitting right here next to Andy. Sorry, it's an inside joke that we have a long time ago. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So consideration of the 186 council meeting verbatim transcriptions. Any additions, corrections? Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I already sent by email to Diana. It's a small, on page 9, mistaken name. When it says James, it's supposed to be Carlos as chair, and it's already sent it, just for the record. Thanks.
Any other corrections? Hearing none.
Ricardo Lopez for the record. I second.
So motion made by Vanessa with a correction and amendment to the verbatim transcriptions, seconded by Ricardo Lopez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Next on the agenda is Executive Director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to be brief because we have a lot to discuss. People were asking me about the budget situation, and we received notification that we have less than what was approved originally. We are losing $340-something thousand, but and we lose 1.12 compared to 2024. That means that all the council and all the other councils are on the same boat. So that means that we have to be cautious as to the way that we spend the money. We will have more virtual meetings than in-person meetings, as you know, to save some time, and then we will be mindful about our needs and the budget for the 2025-2026. We may receive another extra funding. We don't know yet, but it's in the works. For 2026, it is uncertain at this time, and the budget is also affecting National Marine Fisheries Service. So we have to also keep in mind that in our case, the center and the regional office They're doing their best with what they have. The same with the Washington office. So we will let you know more about the budget in December. But at this time, we can rest assured that we can continue the doors open, the staff until December 31st, and the meetings that we need to really undertake to move forward with the management actions that we need under the Management Act. At the international arena, as you know, we participate in WCAFC, the Western Central Atlantic Fishery Commission, since the beginning. However, due to budgetary constraint, we can no longer host those meetings. Probably if we receive some funding extra for 2025, the working group on spawning aggregation could meet with our assistance. ROM also is running low on money, so WCAFC is really looking at ways to save money while at the same time fulfilling their obligation. The last meeting of the sessions with WCAFC every 2 years was held in Jamaica. Carlos and I participated virtually from NEMS. We have Maria Lopez present in Jamaica. And at that meeting, they set for the next 2 years activities. And in between sessions, they had the working group. So if we receive some fundings, then we can assist in the working groups that we have. We have a working group for Queen Cone, another for spawning aggregation. The recent one was for flying fish dolphin. And the flying fish dolphin was something that the U.S. was very much interested. And they gave us some money through the grant office, and we were able to have the first meeting of the working group. For 2026, it's uncertain if we can continue doing that, but we're waiting to see if there are some good news in 2025. Remember that the fiscal year of the federal government runs from October 1st to September 30. The fiscal year for the council is the calendar year, January, December. So we will know more about the situation of the budget 2026 and so forth, and after that, by the December meeting. The councils will meet on October virtually because we don't have that much time, the CCC, the coordinating committee, and we are going to discuss issues related to the budgets and the needs of under the Management Act. The CCC is hoping that with the monies that we have available, we will be able to undertake some of the action across the nation, all the council that we have. But there's an issue that they were discussing, and I can relate that to we would like to ask for more support to the regions and the centers, because those are the people that interact with the council directly. And when you see the presentation by Martha today regarding the area funding, there's a component that is key to complement the monies that were given to all the councils for this important project. The legislators of Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico invite me to give a presentation in November. The presentation is about the economics of the fishery in the U.S. Caribbean and how the council relates to those components in the U.S. Virgin Islands that have a bearing on the economy of the fishers of the U.S. Virgin Islands and the industry. So we are going to present that on behalf of the council. I'm the one who represents the council at these meetings, but I usually like to come to the council so you will know that this is happening. In the case of Puerto Rico, they are revising a project for the better management of the coral reef and associated species. And they cited me, but I couldn't go because the meeting was in August, and the Senate and the House wanted to meet in April, May. But we sent all the information that they needed, and I'm waiting to see if they are in need of more information or presentation by us. But I wanted to include that on the record so everybody will be on the same page. The project in Puerto Rico is a project 551 of the Senate, PS 551 of the Senate. And in the past, they have several projects in the past. One of them was kind of interesting. They wanted to amend the law. And there was a paragraph that says any management measure that is adopted by the Caribbean Fishery Management Council through the Secretary of Commerce will be adopted as presented by the government of Puerto Rico for compatible regulation. That didn't fly that well. But we always look for compatible regulation for the species, and that's why the representation of Ricardo and other representatives before participated in all the discussion that we have here. That's all I have for this at this time, Mr. Chairman. We have other things, but we are going to discuss it when we get into the agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Questions from Miguel? Hearing none, next on the agenda is the fishery. I'm sorry, Sabatel.
Are there going to be more cuts in our budget? Have you heard or anything like that?
Well, if I tell you, I have to kill you. But anyway, no, the official word from the office in Washington is that the councils got this approval at this time. So that will get us all the way until December. We don't expect any further cuts. But in reality, and this is common to everybody, we have 2.9 inflation rates. The hotel now went from 147 average to 340 something average. Air tickets and airfares is going higher. So the executive director, when we met, we look at the big picture around the nation, you go from maybe 11 to 15% cut, just that component. And that's why people are really scratching their heads, how can we accomplish what we need to do under the Management Act with the money that we have at this time. At the CCC meeting, that was put forward very clear by Sam, the group, Mr. Pinheiro, Kelly, and Emily. They are the top people in Washington to manage the operations of the councils and the fisheries in general at the national level. So the long answer to you is no, but that's what we thought last year, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, and I'll just add, great question. So the fisheries service has a budget typically over $1 billion nationwide, of which the fishery management councils represent about $45 million of that budget. Right now, they're going through the FY26 budget process in Congress. The House and Senate have both essentially made their marks on the budget, and they're hundreds of millions of dollars apart from one another. So in terms of whether we have budget reductions or not, how that affects the councils will really depend on reconciliation of those budgets between the House and Senate marks.
Any more questions from Miguel? Okay, hearing none. Next on the agenda is Fishery Management Plans Amendments, Actions and Priorities. Update for 2025, Maria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have some slides, but I will request perhaps that the light is lower a little bit, so because it's very difficult to see from over here. Okay, thank you. Okay, so my name is Maria Lopez with NOAA Fisheries Southeast Regional Office, and I will be presenting an update on the amendments and actions up to date for everything that the Caribbean Fishery Management Council and NOAA Fisheries have been doing and the plan for the next months. Next slide. This first slide shows the amendments, the actions that the council had been working throughout the last couple of years, and I wanted to give you an update of where we are with this amendment. Amendment 2 to all of the FMPs, troll neck gear, and descending devices is an amendment that was approved and submitted by the council earlier this year, and right now the final rule it's being reviewed. The other amendment is Amendment 3 to all the FNPs. These are the management measures for Dolphin and Wahoo. This amendment established size limits for the Dolphin and Wahoo and all the three islands, as well as back limits for these two species. The final rule became effective on July 25th, so that means that this regulation it's currently in place. The council continues to work with constituents in outreach and education to ensure that these regulations are out, and if there are any questions about the back limits or the size limits that apply to federal waters, that they are addressed. The next one is Framework 3 to the Puerto Rico FMP, CDAR 80, updates based on the CDAR 80, the Queen Triggerfish Assessment. That final rule also became effective on July 25th. The next one is Framework 3 to the U.S. Virgin Islands Fishery Management Plans. CDAR 80 also results from the Queen Triggerfish Assessment. That one, we have a proposed rule that it's currently under review. Amendment 4 to the Puerto Rico FMP, reclassification of the rainbow roner as a pelagic species. This is an amendment that was submitted by the council back in May, and that proposed rule, it's being currently under development in our office. Okay, so those are the actions that the council worked with and NIMS took over for the preparation of the regulation. That's the update on those 5 actions. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so if you recall, we had several actions that the council wanted to prioritize for this 2025, and these are the actions that we discussed during April. So the first one is actions to take when pelagic accountability measures are triggered. This is a priority for 2025. This is because the aim for pelagic fish stocks, and this is on all three islands, requires that NOAA Fisheries and the council review the overage from the ACL to determine if any corrective action is needed. But the council has not established a process for determining what, if any, corrective actions are necessary when the ACT, the annual catch target, or the ACL are exceeded. So there's no corrective actions at this point because there are no specific corrective actions defined in the regulations. So at this meeting later on today, the council will discuss actions to take when the ACT or the ACLs are exceeded. And this is something that we will be discussing later in the afternoon. And the idea here is the council agrees, the council can task staff to start an amendment to start working on that. The next action that we set as a priority for 2025 is the revision of the accountability measures for the spiny lobster in Puerto Rico. The Puerto Rico spiny lobster stock has exceeded their ACL in multiple times during the last few years. And as you all know, the AMs are not necessarily working for the spiny lobster in Puerto Rico. And one of the reasons is because most of the harvest is from state waters, and the AM-based closure, which is the corrective measure that it's in place in our regulations when the ACL is exceeded, that AM-based closure occurs only in federal water. So at this meeting, the council will discuss how to modify those accountability measures so that they more effectively constrain harvest to the ACL, allow better consideration of landing trends and environmental or economic conditions for spiny lobster, and also modify the revision of accountability measures for spiny lobster to be inclusive for ending overfishing. So one of the things that council will be discussing is also taking in consideration that we have an assessment, CDAR 91, that is ongoing right now. And one of the things that we want to bring to the council attention is that instead of discussing perhaps options at this time to modify the AM, it will be good to hear from the council ideas on how to address this issue, knowing also that the assessment is being concluded. So this is something that we'll be discussing I think after the break this afternoon. The last two actions that are in there, revision of catch limits for species with enhanced reporting and status of species with prohibited harvest. This last two, we discussed during the past council meeting that we're going to be discussing taking the opportunity to review the species to determine the need for conservation, but not just these ones, but all of the other species that are managed. So not just the ones that have prohibited harvest. And then also for the revision of catch limits for species with enhanced reporting, we will also be reviewing all species to determine the need for conservation and management. So bottom line is that these two actions fall within what the council started working, and it's a matrix that is that Sarah, my colleague Sarah Stevenson, is going to be presenting after this talk. And it's a comprehensive summary matrix of qualitative and quantitative information on managed stock. And the intent is that the council is informed can make an informed decision regarding stock classification and the need for conservation and management under each FMP for all of the species, not just two on the that are mentioned in this table. So this also will align with the discussion that the council had on July 25th through an ad hoc committee where they were discussing recommendations to address the request for EO 14276. So this is something that we will be spending some time this morning. Sarah's going to be presenting that matrix with all of that information and with the idea that this is a topic that we can continue discussing through the next council meeting. Next slide. Okay, so during the last meeting, NIMS presented the results for the evaluation, the monitoring of the ACL for its U.S. Virgin Islands stocks. At this time, we will be presenting the results of NIMS evaluation of landings from Puerto Rico to determine any needed response to ACL overages in 2025. At this time, and NIMS is also going to discuss with the council the determination for undergoing overfishing for the Puerto Rico spiny lobster stock, the Cedar 91 stock assessment, and also discuss what are NIMS and council responsibilities. So this will happen also this morning. And the idea here is that the council will have a discussion on, ACL overages for spiny lobster, overfishing determination, and then we can have a really good discussion about that. So this is something that I believe it will happen in the afternoon. Cedar 84, yellowtail snapper in Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and stoplight parrotfish in St. Croix, and Cedar 91, spiny lobster in Old Tree Island. This is something that the Science Center will be discussing during their presentation tomorrow. We will touch on some for the Cedar 91 for spiny lobster today when we discuss some of the, when we discuss the ACL and the OFL overages for spiny lobster in Puerto Rico. The Cedar 91 is scheduled to be discussed by the SSC in September. The last topic in here is the U.S. Virgin Island compatibility of regulations with the EEC. This is something that we have been working with the U.S. Virgin Islands at this time. I don't know, Senai, if you have an update that you want to, or Carlos, an update that you want to give for us. This is something that we will, NIMS would like to work with you guys, and we're just waiting to see that you guys were fixing some things in-house and then we're going to contact us. I just want to mention that because I want to see if we leave it for year 2025 or this is something that the council can consider for 2026. Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, it's fine. You're talking about compatible species?
Yes, compatible.
Sure. Sinai Aptis for the record. We've passed one commissioner declaration so far to address making compatibility. And we're working through the list of the ones that were approved by our FACs and moving forward. And so our goal was to find what are the easiest actions to take to reach compatibility.
Okay.
From our standpoint, that's through commissioner declarations. I think as we run through those and have completed those and gotten approval through the FACs, we'll move on to the more difficult ones, which would require changes to the either promulgation of new rules and regulations through the governor's office or trying to move towards changes to regulations in the VI code. I think if you guys wanted to discuss the ones that would require changes to federal code, we can do that with you at any time. But we were just moving forward on the ones that are in our direction. So I think we have 5 planned for 2025. And those are the ones that can be done through commissioner declaration.
Okay, thank you for the update. If we will be happy to discuss with you whenever you think we're ready. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, thanks, Sanai. So yeah, I'd be very interested in getting a list of things that would need to be changed from federal regulations if it would be extended to be compatible with the state regulations. And then we could start figuring out, what to bring before the council for discussion and whether we want to make those changes or not.
Sure. I think, Maria, I've shared with you the spreadsheet that had the summary. So those have the ones in it that would require federal changes. And if you need help, I can go through that and highlight those specific ones for you. And then I can send it to the 2 of you.
Thank you. Carlos, do you have a comment? No, okay. Okay, so moving on, this is the last slide. Just if you can move to the next slide. This is a reminder of just the 2 items that we discussed in the past meeting that the council decided to table for now. One is the federal permits, the development of a federal permit. As you recall, we have been NIMS staff presented during previous meetings, explaining what a federal permit would include and different ways of how a federal permit could work for management of species in federal waters. However, there's other priorities at this time that the council will want to work with. So right now that was set aside. Maybe will be taken back in the future. And the other one that was discussed is the response to SDFA questions regarding grammatic back management. There was a discussion back then, and that's something also that the council decided to work on other priorities at this time. So it will be set aside until the council want to bring it back. So that's all I have. This is what we're going to be discussing today pertaining to amendments and actions. As similar to in April and in December, the council may want to come back at the end of the meeting tomorrow and go back to this list and just see if there's any changes and see how we're going to be moving forward in some of the actions so we can update this. Okay, so I'm done. I'm gonna pass the microphone to my colleague Sarah Stevenson for the next presentation about the matrix for species that I was just discussing. Thank you.
Before Sarah, I think we have a question for Maria from Tony Blanchard.
Tony.
Tony Blanchard for the record. Just to make sure I'm on the same page, what is the matrix?
Sarah's going to explain that right now. Okay. In the next presentation, she has way much more details that I had. Nelson, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. During the last descending device workshop that we are developing around the island, there is a general support from Fisher about Amendment 3 for Wahoo and Mahi. But there is a concern between all the fishers that is necessary to implement compatibility regulation with the local government, because if that not occur, it's gonna be hard to do the enforcement when the fishers land in shore, because you're not gonna have proof from where those fish are gonna be caught. So I recommend, to Ricardo, I know that Wilson talked to you about that already. So I really appreciate, the attention that you give on this matter.
Thank you, Nelson. Yeah, we're aware of it during the discussions that were conducted when this amendment was developed. That was one of the things that the council discussed. And after discussing, they still went with the decision, they made a decision to implement a different a different bag limit for these two species based on other considerations. But yeah, that's something that the council did discuss when they were developing the amendment. Okay, so thank you for that. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it with Sarah Stevenson. She's gonna explain what that matrix that we call the matrix. It's not really a matrix, but that's what we call it.
Yeah, so before we jump into Sarah's presentation, wanted to just say a few things to set this up. So a few years back, we implemented the island-based FMPs. At that time, you reevaluated species in need of conservation and management. We updated the list of species. Obviously, it hasn't been that long since we did that. So we're coming back to the table to have that discussion again. We felt it was really important to both get input like Miguel was seeking through this ad hoc committee, as well as a more kind of quantitative approach with regard to how we evaluate species in need of conservation and management. And so Sarah has done an outstanding job of starting to put together some data and information to evaluate all the species we manage and determine what metrics we want to use to determine, is it really, are we managing these species, or are we essentially just including them in our management plan, but don't really have an ability to adequately affect their management, right? And so today's presentation is really to give a high-level overview of the process, see what questions you have, get input from you on ideas, and with the goal of starting an options paper going forward. And I'll caveat this, that Sarah's going to provide an example in the presentation. And I just ask people not to react to that example because it's going to show species that could be removed from the management plan, but it's based on just some example metrics that we're considering, as part of showing this example today, right? It's not, this is the start of a longer process. And so we'll really want to take our time to really evaluate all the species and determine which species are adequately managed already that don't need federal management, what are, species that are in need of conservation management that fall under our purview. But the reason we're doing this is what we talked about earlier with Roberto's comments. We've had major budget reductions. We've had reductions in the science. We don't know where the council's heading. We don't know with regard to how much we're going to have in terms of resources. And so we can't manage this laundry list of extensive species adequately. And we really need to pare that back and dedicate our resources to a targeted set of species that are most valuable, most important, most at risk within the region. And so we're doing this not only in the Caribbean, but throughout the country. And today is just the start of a broader conversation that Sarah will share the input on.
Okay, thank you. That was a very nice introduction. My name's Sarah Stevenson. So next slide. Just as a background, at the December 2024 meeting, we discussed some issues that Maria mentioned in her slide, like for instance, some of the species not having reference points set. So at the April meeting, we discussed the CERO staff preparing for each species that we manage on their FMPs, a summary matrix. And so what that means is just a spreadsheet of all the information we know for each species. So like the list is like 100 and some long, just everything that we know about that species kind of condensed into a quick and easy cell. So some of it was qualitative, like is it on the form, yes or no? Some of it was quantitative, like what's the average landing over a period. So we just have this major spreadsheet, which I'm not going to show today because it's boring, but I'm going to show you how that Excel spreadsheet, that matrix, could be used to maybe revise the selection criteria for including species, or retain, in this instance, retaining, removing, or moving to ecosystems. So that's kind of what the matrix is. It's just this giant spreadsheet that's a tool that we can use to revise criteria matrix. So that's, hopefully that answers your questions about what it is. So we said we would prepare this matrix and then bring it to the council in order to help determine which stocks should remain managed, which stocks could maybe be moved to ecosystem component, which we discussed at our December meeting in detail, kind of what that meant. And I have a refresher slide. And then which stocks could maybe be removed. This discussion today does align with that ad hoc committee meeting. A lot of the discussion from that fits nicely into this discussion today. And so I think Graciela is going to present on those recommendations a little bit later. So you'll kind of hopefully see the parallels here. Next slide, please. Just as a high level, NIMS in 2016 revised national standard guidelines, which kind of help clarify what does it mean for stocks that need conservation and management. And I included the FR number there in case anybody wants to go look it up. But basically, NIMS acknowledges that not every fishery requires conservation and management. However, stocks that are predominantly caught in federal waters or overfished or subject to overfishing or are likely to become either of those statuses need to be included in the FMP. And then next slide. They also provided a list of factors that the council could consider when determining which stocks need to go into the FMP. So these are not new. They were in there before, but I just want to run through them. So number one, it's an important component of the marine environment. Number two, it's caught by the fishery. Number three, whether a fishery management plan can improve or maintain the condition of the stock. Number four, the stock is a target of the fishery. Number five, the stock is important to commercial, recreational, or subsistence users. Number six, the fishery is important to the nation or to the regional economy. Number seven, the need to resolve competing interests and conflicts between user groups and whether or not an FMP can actually further that resolution, they can help with that conflict. Number eight, the economic condition of the fishery and whether an FMP can produce more efficient use. Number nine, the needs of a developing fishery and whether a fishery management plan can help with growth of that fishery. And then lastly, the extent to which the fishery is already adequately managed by the states or state federal agency. So those are the factors. I know it's a lot and they're going to keep popping back up through this thing. So I've printed out some a list here that Maria will pass around so you guys can have them right at your hands as I refer back to these. Next slide, please. So the island-based fishery management plans were finalized in 2019 and the regulations for those were implemented in 2022. An objective of each of the FMPs was to update federal management to better represent the individual island areas, including the economically and ecologically important species that occur in federal waters around those areas. During development of the FMPs, the council and NIMS considered those 10 factors, those 10 national standard factors to determine which species should be included. Next slide, please. They also came up with a list of selection criterion, which we'll read through. This is also in the handout that I provided. So the first one, and they kind of go in order. Criterion A, you're going to include species that are classified as overfished in federal waters, or for which harvest is prohibited already because of their ecological importance as habitat. So that was the corals, or as habitat engineers, which were your 3 large-bodied parrotfish, or those species that already had seasonal closures or size limits in place. So those all came in with criterion A. Then the next step was to exclude the remaining species that infrequently occur in federal waters. And that was based on expert analysis and available data. So that was the second step. The third step, criterion C, was from your remaining list, includes species that are biologically vulnerable, constrained to a habitat that makes them vulnerable, or they have an essential ecological value. And again, based on expert analysis. Criterion D from what's remaining again, so the list is getting shorter and shorter, include species that are important to the national or regional economy for any of the sectors, including aquarium trade, as appropriate. And those species that are an important component of bycatch, again, based on expert analysis. And then lastly, are there any other species that the council wanted to include? So the next slide shows you from these 5 criterion and those factors, those NS10 factors, how the species for each FMP fell under which criterion. So you can see that the majority of species were included either under criterion A or C, fewer for D, and then only 2 species for each FMP under criterion E. But this is how they all shook out. So if you add up the numbers, you'll get how many species we're managing under each FMP. And as Andy mentioned, it's a lot, and maybe now's a good time to kind of take a step back and review those again. I believe you also have this sheet in your handout, just because it's a lot. Next slide. This brings us to where we are today, and some current issues that we've already discussed already, and maybe some ones to revisit. So the overfishing limit, that sustainable yield level, which is a proxy for our tier 4 species, which most of the species in our FMPs, it wasn't set for select species. And we talked about this in December. We have an ABC and an ACL value set, but we didn't have the SYL, that sustainable yield level set. So we would need to develop an amendment to fix that. So this is a good time to maybe take a look and maybe decide, could those species be removed or moved to ecosystem? The next issue is some of the species that we currently manage aren't present on the current commercial catch report form, which just means that those species would need to be written in order for the landings to be accounted for. The next one is some species were not on those commercial catch forms during the reference period that was used to set the ACLs, but they now are on the forms, which kind of gets us into that scenario where if landings exceed the ACL, then an accountability measure might not be applied because it's due to enhanced reporting. But that might mask issues arising with the fishery that we might not notice. We might not bring that information to the council. So that could be an issue. Next is for the species that are on the catch report forms and for which we have information on where that catch was caught. For example, was it caught in territorial or federal waters? Sometimes the majority of the catch occurs in territorial waters. And that's especially true for Puerto Rico, where it's a larger, it's at 0 to 9 nautical miles. So there's more potential for the species to be caught in territorial waters. So in those instances, if we had to apply an accountability measure, compatible closures with the state agencies might be required in order to address the issue. And then lastly, data availability challenges continue, most notably that we don't have recreational landings anymore being collected. And so that's more of an issue for Puerto Rico because we did establish recreational ACLs in addition to commercial ACLs, and the accountability measures were set up in a way that they kind of were tied together. So without that data, the commercial ACL becomes the ACL for the entire stock. And for some species, those are very low numbers. And so it's just something that we would want to address. So those are kind of current issues that hopefully maybe revisiting the criteria and maybe rethinking about what we're managing and how we're managing, some of these might be addressed. Next slide, please. The National Standard Guidelines did recommend that councils periodically review their FMPs and the best scientific information available and determine if the stocks that are managed are appropriately identified. So they could be reclassified or removed through an amendment, really documenting the rationale of why you're doing that. Councils should prepare an analysis of those 10 factors, the 10 factors that are on your sheet, and any other considerations that were relevant to the stock. And so those guidelines recommend kind of looking at the 10 factors weighted. So factors 1 through 3 on your sheet should maybe be considered first for including stocks because they address maintaining a fishery resource and the marine environment. The next is you could look at factors 4 through 9, again, for including stocks because they set forth the economic, social, and other reasons that under the MSA that you might want to include a stock for conservation and management. And then finally, you could consider factor 10 for maybe not including a stock if there's adequate management of that stock by the states or another program or even another federal FMP. Next slide. This is just a quick review of the ecosystem component species. The council can obviously choose to do that. We didn't during the last FMP because we were trying to finish up that process, and this discussion is very important, and it could have slowed down the process. So we discussed it at that time, but we didn't actually implement it. So EC species, ecosystem component species, do not require conservation and management, but are included in an FMP to achieve certain ecosystem objectives. And we talked about those before in December. The species do not require ACLs or other reference points or accountability measures. So you could keep an eye on them, but not be required to, for instance, monitor to ACL or OFLs or report their stock status every year. So that's one of the benefits of ecosystem component species. They can be identified at the stock level and may be grouped into complexes. So you can do lots of different things with them. And then lastly, consistent with National Standard 9, which is to minimize bycatch, management measures can be adopted for the ecosystem component species that we want to have. For instance, if we wanted to collect data on them or to minimize bycatch of that species or to protect the associated role of the species in the ecosystem. This would be a good example of maybe moving corals to an ecosystem component because they do play an essential ecological role, but nobody's harvesting them. So that would be a good example of that. Next slide. And now we'll just get to the matrix. So next slide again. So what was our objective was just to summarize all the information that we had, both qualitative and quantitative, for each managed species that we have or managed stock to present to the council to help you determine if they still require conservation and management. We wanted to focus on those that are targeted by the fisheries in federal waters. We wanted to consider those for which resources or data are available to help us manage effectively. And then also it can be used to help maybe determine which species could be classified as ecosystem component species. This matrix provides a framework for the council to modify and improve upon the criteria that were used, those A through E, for determining which species are in need of conservation and management. Next slide. And I believe you have this one. This is the last one, I think, on your handout. It's just a summary of all of the variables that we've included in the matrix so far. And I'll just run through them real quick. So on the qualitative side, what was the selection criteria used in the FMPs, those A through E? B's not here because B was species that were excluded. So just was it A, C, D, or E? Is it an indicator stock for the complex if it's managed in a complex? What control rule tier is it under? Currently, we have 3 options there. Most of ours are 4A. That we have a couple with accepted stock assessments. Those are going to be 3, and then a few that are data limited and vulnerable species. Those are 4B. Was a species listed on the current commercial catch report form? Yes or no? Is it an Endangered Species Act listed species for our area? Yeah. And if so, does it have a 4D rule in place? What are the lists of federal and territorial regulations applicable to the species, such as size limits? What's the stock status if there is one, for instance, overfished or overfishing? Is there already been identified in the FMP critical role in either the ecosystem, like a grazer species, or in the fishery? For example, is it used as bait? Any years that annual catch limits or overfishing limits or their proxies were exceeded. And then is the species on the CDR assessment schedule? For qualitative or quantitative, we looked at, or we compiled the number of years that the species was reported in commercial landings during a historical, which we're defining as 2012 through 2023, and a recent, which is the last 5 years period. And I'll point out that we at CIRO don't have the 2024 or 2025 data yet. They're still preliminary. So we wanted to use complete available data. So that's why it stops at 2023. We also looked at average commercial landings during those same 2 periods, the percent of those landings reported in federal waters for those same 2 periods, and then the rank of the species in the commercial landings during those same 2 species. And that's the rank against everything that was caught, not just what's managed. We also, for Puerto Rico, did the same analysis using the recreational landings, which those years are a little bit different. That what we have available is 2000 to 2016. We also included the productivity and susceptibility scores that were assigned by the SSC and are included in our FMPs. And then we're waiting on some additional information such as length data, biomass or abundance trend data, and then hopefully price per pound. So those will eventually go into the matrix too, and could be used for upgrading your criterion, your selection criteria. Next. So as Andy mentioned, this is just an example. It does kind of walk through a few steps and end up with a result of species, but it's just an example. It can be modified at pretty much at every step. So next slide. First off, though, any stocks that are overfished or undergoing overfishing are going to be retained in the FMP. And then next, we wanted to look at using those landings to kind of try to get at the NS's. It should actually be maybe 2, 3, and 4. Is it caught by the fishery? Can a FMP maintain or improve condition? And then is it a target of the fishery? So we looked at the commercial landings, the longer period of landings, and recreational for Puerto Rico. And we just asked the matrix to retain the species that occur in federal waters 25% or more of the time. Also, is the species present in the landings, the annual landings data, 75% or more of the year? So for the commercial data set, that means does the species show up in the commercial landings 9 or more years? And then for the recreational, does it show up in 13 or more of the years? And then lastly, are the average landings above a certain limit? So for commercial, we just picked 7,500 pounds for an annual average. And then for recreational, we just picked 10,000 pounds. So all the numbers in green here are just examples, and they could be changed based on council input today or advisory input later, or developed as options by the interdisciplinary planning team, that IPT that we form to kind of prepare options. So anything in green can be updated. Next slide. One other thing that we looked at for this example today, which aligns with that national standard factor 5, which is it's important to the fishers, both commercial, recreational, and subsistence, is we looked at the rank of the species. So we used commercial landings again from that longer period of time, and we looked at the rank. So the threshold kind of example that we used was if that rank is 0.5% or higher of the commercial catch, which for Puerto Rico, oh, sorry, you're back. Sorry. Slide 16. Sorry. Yeah, what, back one more. Yes, this guy, thank you. So we wanted to look at the rank. So the threshold that we pick kind of aligns with, for commercial landings for Puerto Rico, it's the top 29 species. For St. Croix, it would be in the top 34 species. And then for St. Thomas and St. John, the top 31. So during that year period, each one of those FMPs, like there were hundreds of species. So this kind of tells you that it's pretty much the top 30 for each FMP. And then, of course, a further step that we haven't done with, which would align with that factor number 6, which is the importance to the economy, is we are hoping to use the average price data over some time limit to help with that one. But we don't have it yet, so that would be to be determined. Again, anything in green here could be changed either today or through the IPT process. Next slide. So in using this matrix for this example today, here's kind of how the species fell out. So the first step, the first row, are your list of species that are either listed as overfished or undergoing overfishing for each FMP. So they automatically get included. The second row are the ones that are kind of the target of the federal fishery. So that's, again, based mostly on landings over time. And then the third row is the ones that were important to fishers. So that's your rank. And so anywhere where a species is listed in bold means it occurred in both row 2 and row 3. So you can kind of see there's a lot of overlap between what's caught and what's important to the fishers. In row 2 under Puerto Rico, you have 3 species that are also in italics, and those were results from the recreational landings. So they obviously aren't quite the same all the time. They don't line up with what was caught by the commercial or important to the commercial, but we wanted to include those here just for inclusion. So here's how that all broke out. Next slide, we'll kind of focus on synthesizing all of that together. So here's using this example that we did for Puerto Rico. If you updated your criteria using a similar type of selection, what you might end up with. So your species that you could retain, and then compared to the remaining list of species managed under the Puerto Rico FMP that you could either consider removing or moving to ecosystem component. And if we wanted to do that, we should think of maybe other criterion that we could come up with to help us assist with those 2 steps. So I'm not going to go through it, but you can see how you could end up updating your criteria. You really could, depending on the criteria that you use, you could kind of streamline the species that you manage. Next slide is a summary for St. Croix. So again, I'm not going to walk through them all. We can leave them back up if people want to come back and look at them. But it's the same kind of setup. What you could retain if you updated your criteria using these types of selection thresholds, or what you could maybe consider removing. And then the next slide is same information for St. Thomas, St. John. And then next slide brings us to kind of the discussion to have today. So first off is, do we want to update the selection criteria that were used? And then if yes, why do we want to do that? I've provided some examples on some issues that we're running into where maybe updating the criterion could assist with those, but you don't have to. And then next, based on this matrix, this collection of information, are there any other criteria, either qualitative or quantitative, that wasn't in that list that you would like to be considered? And then if you had an idea of the thresholds, meaning the numbers that were used in this example, that you would rather recommend that for the IPT to consider when preparing options, you could mention that too. And then for species that don't meet the criteria for retention, are there any other criteria that you could think of for removing them or moving them to EC species? And then after we've had that kind of discussion, if you would like, you could task us to develop an options paper to modify the criterion, which would in turn modify the list of managed stocks. And it would probably require that we update annual catch limits. And we could review that in December. And then we could also review that options paper with the advisory groups after the December meeting. So this is my last slide. I'll open it up for discussion and take any questions because I know that was a lot.
Thank you, Sarah. No question for Sarah? Tony?
Tony Blanchard for the record. I was looking at, I believe it was slide 16, and you had where there was overfished, and you had the Goliath, the Queen Conch, and I believe it was a NASA. That information was supposed to be just as an example or to be accurate.
This is Sarah. I believe it's slide 17. So that one is accurate. That is what's currently on the book as either overfished or undergoing overfishing.
Follow up, Tony?
I can't debate the point.
I got a question. I noticed that you had the midnight blue and rainbow under EC. So those species would not be managed? Is that the recommendation?
This is Sarah. So there's no recommendation from this presentation. There's a question of, do you want to revisit the selection criteria? And if you did, then that might result in an update. So I'm trying to think where you saw those. The very next slide. This was it like this slide
For St. Croix?
for St. Croix?
Yeah.
So, right, so those 4 parrotfish, because striped is, if you used a criterion that was like the example that we presented, then those were not a target or important to the fishers based on the thresholds that we chose today, which are in no way set in stone. Those can be changed and probably would be through the IPT amendment development process. But based on just what we did for today to show you how you could use it, they would fall into that category. So you could decide, do you want to move them to ecosystem component or do you want to remove it? And if you wanted to move them, actually either way, you would just provide rationale for why you wanted to do either decision.
Okay, and
Yeah, can you go back to slide 15? Yeah, and so just to further emphasize, this is an example, and what you were mentioning, Carlos, I think is an important point, right? So if you use quantitative criteria, right? So on this slide, we're using certain thresholds, either percentages or landings. You potentially remove species from the fishery management plan because it's not meeting those thresholds, right? If Sarah, for example, said, rather than 7,500 pounds commercials landed, but it's 5,000 or it's 2,500, it's going to kick in more species that would be in the fishery management plan to be managed, right? And so I think, from our vantage point, we're not coming in here today to say this is the absolute list, right? This is just one way we can use this tool. And we think that we will want to explore options. I think there's also going to be a situation or two or many that we might ultimately use criteria, and there's still going to be species on that right side of the slide that are being kicked out of the management plan, but that you deem as important to continue to manage, right? And so we'll have to have those conversations. So really today is, one, are you in agreement with at least the matrix approach? And then 2, what are some of the criteria that we want to be looking at, knowing that these are just examples and not an absolute range, and that we can look at more alternatives.
Miguel?
Yeah, I perhaps we should hear what Graciela's presentation has. The ad hoc committee met to discuss what we call the Helix Cross. But remember that we were instructed to go over the species that we have in the management unit to look at those who were high risk, high value, low risk, low value. And we need to, by September, provide the response to Mr. Piñero's memorandum as to what species we recommend to be kept in the management unit and what other species we are going to recommend to be classified as ecosystem-based, ecosystem species. However, the mechanism for doing that is amendment of the management plans. And what you have here is the tool that you can use to work on those amendments, to work on those management plans, because you cannot tell the secretary, I want to drop this species, I want to keep this other one with a rationale. You have to have a rationale that could be the rationale that will meet the criteria under the Madison-Stevens Act. So this matrix that Sarah is presenting today will give you that tool. So at this time, we don't want to have specifics recommendation from you because we have a long way to doing that. But I suggest, Mr. Chairman, that perhaps we can hear Dr. Graciela Garcia Molinet's presentation, look at the species, the list, so we have a common ground to discuss those species. And remember, in the ad hoc committee, we discuss other issues. But if we keep if we keep concentrated at this time on the list of species, and then compare those species with the tool that we have here, that would be a good thing. But at this time, probably you can. Sarah, can we go to the last slide where you have the next steps? Okay, do the species selection criteria and FFA need to be updated? That's a question that you can answer today, yes or no. Based on the matrix, are these criteria quantitative, et cetera, et cetera? So those things there, you can answer today, because that's a general approach. That's what will give the IPT the direction that you want them to go. And remember, we need to prepare sort of a white paper that will discuss all these options. So at this time, what we need from the council is to tell us whether you think this approach, this tool is the way to go and how you would like to modify it. The example tend to confuse people, but because if I'm a fisher, I want to know what species I can catch next year or this year, and what species I should drop because of whatever reason. So that's our suggestions. If you can go and see the list, then we can come back and discuss it. And I see the yellow hand.
Kate Samboni.
Thank you, Kate Samboni for the record. I just want to note, like this, whatever you decide to do today, you know, changing the criteria and the species that are managed would require an FMP amendment. So it's not as though taking some sort of vote today is going to result in suddenly not managing those species. There would be a process with it. But I think that the thing that the council needs to respond to the assistant administrator by September, it's really that they've got to respond to the letter and look at the letter that the council prepared in 2020 and see if that needs to be updated. And if that includes maybe revisiting what species are managed, I think that would be appropriate. But I don't think you have to present a list by September with what species are in or out. And I think what Sarah's suggesting is that staff can come back with an options paper to look at how this criteria plays out, or what is the feedback today on the criteria that she's presented. Is this the direction you want to go, or do you want to modify some of those criteria? Thanks.
I got Sarah and Andy.
Yeah, I have a question for Andy and Kate. That's a little bit different from what they told us at the meeting at the CCC. So if everybody happy with not having the list, that's okay. And also, we all met and we decided, this process can take all the way to 2028. Because an amendment of the plan, if you go very quick, it's 1 year. So it's 1 year to 3 years before you amend a plan. You have to go to public hearing, et cetera, et cetera. But if we don't need to submit the list, which I need to check with Kelly, then that's better. But what Mr. Genio Piñero sent to us is a template with the action that the council proposed to take on the 14/276.
So I got Andy, Sarah, and then Julie.
Yeah, and I'll look to my boss, Sam, if he wants to weigh in further, but in terms of the requests, so I think it would be great for the council in your letter to the fishery service to acknowledge that you are working on changes to the fishery management unit. As Kate noted, I think the most important part here is it's going to be a process. As Sam mentioned in his comments, we have this public input. We really need to be kind of thoughtful and careful with regard to how we're deciding what species are in need of conservation and management, which ones are being removed from the management plan. And then with the seafood competitiveness executive order, it's also broader than just the species we're managing. So to the extent that the council is going to have input or the stakeholders on deregulatory actions, things that are on the books currently that you want us to consider removing from regulations, or the council could potentially consider removing from regulations in the future for justified reasons, then we would want to get that input. So I want to just emphasize, I don't think there's a sense of urgency to provide a comprehensive list of species to remove, but I think it'll be beneficial to, one, know that the council's working on this, assuming you're in agreement with that. And then two, we would continue to work with you to kind of prioritize resources based on the species we manage.
Miguel?
I'm glad that you said that and not me, because what I propose, Mr. Chairman, is the staff will prepare the response to National Fisheries Service, but I'd like to also see if we can get the help of the regional office so they can look at the draft, make sure that we comply with what is needed, and then follow this. The importance of, anyway, the trend directive that we have from the president, 14/276, remember, make great fishery great again. Now have an implementation phase, and this is the beginning of it. But we all the A Council, we already told them, this is not overnight. So the first step is this one. Do you want to, and this is part of it, do you want them to adopt the matrix as the way that you are going to, the tool that you want to use for examining the species? To give you an idea, some of the council have discussed sending X many species to be managed by the states for whatever reason. And some people believe that's not a good idea. Others are looking at the possibility of reducing the number of species that you manage to see if you save any money. Well, in some cases, you don't save a penny. So whatever criteria we use has to be sustained under the Madison-Stevens Act, has to follow the regulations that we have here. So I don't know what you like to do, Mr. Chairman. Do you want to get this or get more information? But I would like to hear from the council members.
Yeah, Sarah?
My comment was just that I saw that Julian had a question.
Julian?
Julian McGrath for the record. Can we go back to slide 17, please? So just a question for clarification. When did Queen Kong and Goliath Grouper became overfished in the St. Thomas, St. John district?
So that was part of the 2005 Sustainable Fisheries Act amendment. It got listed around that time. So since then, and it had a rebuilding plan. And so the status of the stock hasn't changed since that time. So it's a determination of overfished. It doesn't necessarily mean, I think, what you think is overfished. So it's a status.
I asked that question because we don't have a queen Kong fishery in the St. Thomas, St. John district. So what that falls under, from what I can see, is when the whole USVI was a whole before we went to the island fishery management plans. So in that case, that should be addressed. And we never had a Goliath fishery. So, Sanai?
If I may, it's essentially, if you look at it from the standpoint of how things have to be listed, these are all 3 species that are now under ESA, right? Like both, 2 of them, not queen conch. It's only threatened, correct? It's Goliath and Nassau.
Goliath is not.
Goliath is not. But under the sustainable fisheries, that was when Goliath was added.
Those 3 were added, and you're right, they were added at the US
Correct.
Caribbean level.
Yeah.
And so that's where they're still at that level.
If I may, this is Maria Lopez. I just want to make a clarification. So back in 2005, with the SFA amendment, there was a determination at the time that Queen Conch, Nassau grouper, Goliath, the other 4 groupers were overfished, right? So that means that they were put in a rebuilding plan. The management measures that came out of that rebuilding plan is what we see today, right? So we have the Goliath grouper, that is no harvest of Goliath grouper, no harvest of possession. The U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico did compatible regulations. The Queen Conch, part of the rebuilding plan, is what we currently have in place right now. There's no fishing in federal waters of St. Thomas and Puerto Rico. There's fishing in St. Croix in the area of Lang Bank. The U.S. Virgin Island has compatible regulations or had their own regulations for the Queen Conch. Nassau grouper prohibited harvest. That provision on the Nassau grouper did not come from the ESA, came from the MSA, from that rebuilding plan, same as the Goliath, etc. The species are considered to be under that status until it is reevaluated, the rebuilding of the species reevaluated, and it's determined that the species has been rebuilt. So it has to be that the council has made adequate, NIMS had made adequate progress on the rebuilding of the species. For example, for the Queen Conch, we talk about projects that are ongoing that will allow the council and NIMS to evaluate the status of the Queen Conch, etc. So until that until that evaluation is done, the status continue. Nothing has been done yet to remove the species from that. So that is what that means. It should say step 1, overfish or undergoing overfishing. And that's what it ended up in that category. I hope that helps to clarify.
Okay, I got to follow up with Julian, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break and come back to this topic.
Julian McGrath for the record, back at Maria. So it's been 20 years since the SFA has been put into effect. How long more is it going to take for us to do an assessment to see what the stock is doing? This is the problem that the fishers have all the time. We put management on a species or species, and we are not doing no assessments. A perfect example is all the seasonal closures that are in effect and have been in effect. And it clearly states in the SFA documents that seasonal closures or closures sometimes do more harm to the stock than actually having it fished. So here it is, we continue to ask, but we continue to suffer where we can't harvest these species because the powers that be haven't done their job to do the assessments and see what the stock is actually doing. So, I don't mean to throw the ball at you guys, but this needs to stop at some point, and something needs to happen to ease the pain on the fishermen, because we seems to be the ones that are always taking the hit. And it can't continue, because just like everyone pockets get hurt when rules or executive orders get put in place, I'm going to use that as an example, the same way we are, our pockets are hurt every day. So can I get some kind of clarification on what direction we plan to move with these issues? Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. We'll come back to this topic.
Good morning. We are going to do some arrangements with internet connection at the room. So people in Zoom will lost connection for a few minutes, but you can rejoin the meeting as soon as we finish to do the reconnection in the room. Thank you. Estamos haciendo una reconexión de internet en el salón. El internet se va a caer por unos momentos. Tan pronto nosotros terminemos de hacer esta reconexión, ya ustedes pueden reunirse nuevamente en la reunión, en el Zoom. Gracias.
Okay, after a little glitch in the internet, I think we're back. Oh, I guess not. See, okay. Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Carlos. So I wanted to suggest maybe a path forward here coming out of the break, but first, I felt Julian's comments were worth responding to. So thank you, Julian, for your comments. Yeah, I think a few thoughts I have is one, when we have species that are status is listed, over extended period of time, I don't disagree with you that maybe that should be revisited. And even if we don't know the status, to list it as unknown, right? And so those are, that's something that obviously can be reviewed and considered. You also mentioned the adequacy of the science, and we're often challenged by the adequacy of the science, either because the data isn't collected or isn't available, even for species that are much more prevalent than some of those on the list, right? And so we are doing quite a bit of work right now on queen conch and data collection in the USVI in Puerto Rico. I know my ESA team has been looking at a lot of data collection information on Nassau grouper. So that's something that obviously we can be committed to bringing back more information to this council with regard to those species as well. In terms of the matrix, my suggestion is one, it would be good to hear from the council members. Are we all in agreement that it would be good to revisit, the list of species in need of conservation and management? I haven't heard anyone say no, but it'd be good to confirm that. And then it would be worthwhile to at least hear some, general input on some of the factors, things that if you want us to move forward in narrowing the scope of species for management, what factors we should be looking at, and not necessarily be prescriptive with regard to landings amounts or percentages, but, do you agree that it's worthwhile looking at, the value to the fishery based on, landings thresholds, or the fact that it's recorded or not recorded on the landing sheets as part of our, measures that we could look at determining whether a species be included or not. So I just offer that as a suggestion and would love to get, input from the council on path forward.
Sanai?
So thanks, Mr. Chair. I would say overall, I think there's no problem in revisiting our fishery management plans. I do think that we have a lot of ongoing efforts that are currently trying to develop systems that will allow us to better understand how we manage our fisheries. There's the ecosystems-based fisheries management technical advisory panel. There are several independent projects that are being done to look at, CVAs and like climate vulnerability analyses for certain species that are in the management plan. I think we did a lot of work to create these island-based fisheries management plans, and they currently have a mechanism in place, unless I'm incorrect on that, for evaluating how we include species in management. My concern is that we are constantly coming up or reinventing the wheel with new processes that are only developed at the council level, not going through the processes that we've already created, like the SSC, to evaluate the process by which we're doing things that we've all agreed on through development of the island-based fisheries management plans. So I think I just need to have a better understanding of why, like we are looking at narrowing the scope of the fish stocks that are included in the fisheries management plans. And two, I would say this to me seems like, in all benefit to Sarah's use of the term matrix, seems more like a framework to me. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Andy?
Yeah, thanks for that, Sanai. And yeah, whether we would call it a matrix or a framework, right? I think it just provides a structure for us to make informed decision making. And you asked in terms of, I think you said you were okay with revisiting the fishery management unit. I see this as a stepwise process that's going to involve the council developing an amendment to the management plan that's then going to be inclusive of our district advisory panels providing input as well as the SSC, right? And so I think there's a sequential order that we would want to go through, and that the SSC should be, providing sufficient and helpful input as we refine this framework and make decisions about what species should or shouldn't be managed.
Nelson and Tony.
Just a quick comment. I think that is that the DAPs need to review this presentation and discuss the next steps. It's very important, to have everything clear.
Miguel.
Yeah, the next meeting of the DAPs will be a three DAPs together, and exactly that will be our first topic of the agenda. And the matrix here, so we can get the input from the DAPs at the meeting. And it's supposed to be between here before November.
Thank you.
Tony.
Tony Blanchard. I just have a point of clarification that I need made. Does the Endangered Species Act, the highly migratory species department, do they supersede the FMPs that was put in place by the territories?
And
So with the highly migratory species, that's separate authority and management than the falls to the council. So that's done through the National Marine Fisheries Service. In terms of the ESA, there's listing decisions. There's also what are called 4D regulations that can be imposed on species. So those, I don't know if I'd say supersede, but at least can obviously be compatible with some of the regulations at the council level. But we do have listed species that are also allowed for harvest that are regulated by this body, such as queen conch, right? So there is that compatible regulatory framework between the ESA and council management.
Tony.
I still a little confused as to who trumps who.
Miguel.
Yeah, that's a little bit beyond what we're supposed to be doing here. But in the case of the MSC, every time that you prepare a management plan, you have to comply with ancillary laws and regulations, and one of them is ESA. And once, I'm not what you're referring to, but ESA, let's say that you could declare this species endangered or threatened. That's above the management plans. However, you have to, in order for that, there's a mechanism for you to prepare for the recovery of that species under the Management Act and under the ESA, those two. So let's say that a species is considered under ESA, it doesn't mean that it's going to be treated like a rhino or an elephant. So, well, elephant are not included there. But the point is that regarding your questions, we have to be mindful of all these regulations that we need to be aware of. And they are also addressed at each management plan, at each amendment that we have. We have to comply with those rules and regulations.
Any more questions tonight?
So I just want to make clear that I think I'm fine with us moving forward and reevaluating the FMUs, but I think what would be beneficial is a discussion on the process by which we're going to do that. And having the council make a decision and then stick to that process by which we're evaluating and redeveloping the FMUs. Because, that was the process we went through for developing the IBFMPs. And I'm a little worried that, in 5 years, we're just going to reevaluate and do the same thing over again. And we have a lot of management needs I think, and it requires focus and sticking to priorities in order to get all of these things done. And I don't want to see us spinning our wheels and just redeveloping the same thing over and over again every 5 years.
Andy?
Yeah, and that's a valid point, Sinai. So here's, I guess, what I was gonna suggest and see if the council's in agreement. So first of all, the why, right? So we're narrowing the scope of species we manage, one, so that hopefully we can dedicate more resources and better resources toward managing those species and have more of an impact on those, right? And to the extent that there's other regulatory mechanisms in place that it falls within the regulatory jurisdiction. So for example, if it's a dominant state waters harvested species, right? And there's adequate regulations in place for the state or territory, then we could, turn that back to the state to manage. So with Sarah's presentation, to me, the most important factors, and this has to be considered within the national standards, is one, its predominance in federal waters, right? We're a federal management body. Two, the state management regulatory framework and what supports management already at the state level. Three would be health status of the population, both from an ESA and MSA standpoint. Four, as Sarah's laid out, the target or importance of the fishery for management. And then five, which is where Kevin and team kind of come in, our ability to monitor and assess the population, right? So that's, to me, a key component to all of this, and both now as well into the future. So those are, at least to me, the main takeaways that I feel like would really be well informed by the matrix, the framework, whatever we want to call it. And then we can start looking at the various criteria that could whittle down or add to the list of species that we're managing.
So I think, Graciela?
If I may, a point of clarification. So meaning the predominance in the EEC would mean the fishery itself or the adults? Do we deal with the life history and that dependence on habitat and distance from shore, et cetera? Is that all included in that?
That's a great point. I think it'd be all inclusive, right? We'd want to look at not only where the fishery is, the fishermen, but also the species.
So I think what we need from the council, from the members, is a motion to move forward with this matrix. Is everybody agrees with that? Tonight?
So I motion that we move forward with using the framework that Sarah developed to evaluate revising the FMUs for the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council.
Can we get that up on the screen, that motion?
Estamos listos para poner en screen. Mr. Chairman, while we wait for it, do we need a second? Do we have a second?
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Si lo puedes poner más grande.
Andy?
And just to be clear, this would be to develop an amendment to move forward with the framework.
Do you have correction to the language?
So Sinai and Vanessa are okay. My suggestion is to add, to develop an amendment to move forward.
Is that correct, Andy? Can you read that for the record, Mr. Chairman?
So the motion is to develop an amendment to move forward with the framework presented by Sarah Stevenson to evaluate and revise the FMU. Andy?
Just one other suggestion. Could we remove Sarah's name and just say presented by staff? Yeah.
We wanted to blame it on her.
So it's been amended to say to develop an amendment to move forward with the framework presented by staff to evaluate and revise the FMUs. Are Sanaya and Vanessa good with that language?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We need a roll call.
Roll call vote. I'll start on my left with Sabater.
Aye.
Sanaya Haptis, aye.
Ricardo Lopez, agree.
Vanessa Ramirez, aye.
Andy Strelchuk, yes.
Color for yes. Any nays, any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Sarah?
Hi, this is Sarah. Can we just put on the record that we are down a voting member because Mr. Blanchard isn't actually on the council yet and voting?
We don't need that, but we can do it for clarification. So, Mr. Chairman, can you say that?
About the missing member?
Please voting members, one, please voting member, period.
Voting member, okay. Right, 6 voting members, okay.
Thank you, Sarah.
So we got through that. Next on the agenda is EO 14276, Restoring America's Seafood Competitiveness, recommendation from the ad hoc committee.
Mr. Chairman, while Graciela is putting together her presentation, this ad hoc committee, somebody asked me what is an ad hoc committee and versus a standing committee. Standing committee is a committee that the council put together and will address certain issues until the council decides is no longer needed. The ad hoc committee is for a particular topic, and then once the ad hoc committee is met, that's it, unless the council wants to continue it. But the three bodies that you have to address this issue from the point of view of the industry are the DAPs. The presentation that you received from Graciela, the suggestion recommendation from this group, by no means we are saying that the ad hoc committee is a committee of the whole that makes decision on behalf of the council. What you are going to see here is a result of the discussion of the members present at that meeting, and then the council had to decide about the next steps. The reason for the ad hoc committee is that in order to comply with 14276, there's a lot of complex issues involved all at the same time. It's difficult to grasp them at one time. So we have 14276 plus some other business that were addressed by the group that Graciela is going to present today for council consideration.
Thank you, Miguel. Can I just have the next slide, please? So the ad hoc was called to look at the EO 14276, and specifically in the email that was sent to all of the ad hoc members, and those were Maria Lopez, Sarah Stevenson from the regional office, Kevin McCarthy from the Southeast Fisheries Science Center, Carlos Farchetti and Vanessa Ramirez, the three DAP chairs, Julian Magras, Nelson Crespo, and Gerson Martinez. And I think that was the ad hoc group participating. From staff, it was Miguel Liahai and myself participating in the group. So in the email, we had identified quite a number of tables and sections in the island-based FMPs, one each for Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, that had the information that Sarah has turned wonderfully into that Excel matrix that we've known exists, and she presented today. But the main topic really was to prioritize in terms of science and management regarding those species that are currently under management that could be kept or removed from the FMPs, as one of the main complaints that have resulted from the discussion of this executive order is that there are way too many species and stocks under management in the nation, and it's impossible to pursue science for all of those species and stocks throughout the nation. So this is where the beginning of this priority list comes in. And because we really would like to reduce the burden on the domestic fishing fleets and increase productivity if we could. So the main topic was to actually look at everything that we had in place. Can I have the next one, please? And that included the criteria that was used to develop the much reduced management lists that we have in the island-based FMPs from all of the other 4 FMPs that we had in place before 2022. So that was greatly reduced due to the use of the criterion that Sarah talked about. Can I have the next one? Thank you. And the development of the annual catch limits for that reduced number of species. In the that's completely out of focus. If I may, I'll try. Where it go? No one can see it. So I'll tell you what it is. It's just an example of the ACLs that are in place. And the reason for this is because the SSC, with the collaboration of the DAPs, went through the process of creating a productivity susceptibility analysis that gave us information on the life history of the species. ¿Cuál es? Okay. So based on all that information that now has been turned into that Excel file, we were going to go through the list of species that we have in the island-based FMPs, and we had very specific questions. That's where the idea of prioritizing those species that really need to be managed or conserved within the EEC. Can I have the next one, please? Okay, so this was the basis of the ad hoc committee. That's what we wanted to get at. And by no means the group that was represented there, it's the only people that would be bringing information to the council. As Miguel said, we're going to have the DAPs also meet and go over this information. But really, the people who were represented in the ad hoc have quite a bit of information that could be brought to the table and could be discussed based on, can I have the next one, please? On the information that we were given at the CCC to look at how valuable is that fishery, both for the commercial or the recreational, for the social aspect of the fisheries in the islands, and what risks categories could be used one of the things that you know that has been used is the ratio of the catch to the ACL. So when that's overrun, then you get into the accountability measures. The biomass and rebuilding status, that's something that the EBFM has been, a technical advisory panel has been working on, for example. The ecosystem role, which is basically one of the ones, criteria that we have used before. And then the current and forecast ecosystem and social and economic conditions, which we already know that a lot of the data, it's not available and has not been collected, although there are ongoing efforts to collect information on prices and on the social aspect. So the idea was to look at what species or stocks had a high risk and a high value, which ones of those had low risk and high value, low risk and low value, and high risk and low value. Those were the categories that we were using for the ad hoc committee. Can I have the next one, please? So based on that, the discussion took most of the day, but I'm going to summarize for you what we had talked about. So in terms of the US Caribbean, I think that all the groups kind of agreed that the ones that were already with an ACL equals to 0, those that had a prohibition on the take were really should remain in the status quo. Now, there is something very interesting about this, and that it's the Nassau grouper, for example. It's one that there was a comment that there might be a potential for the redevelopment of that fishery if the numbers keep coming up, if the protection is still in place. So that's one aspect to consider, but that's also under ESA. So it has to obey two masters, a rebuilding and a recovery plan. Other than that, the parrotfish are significant for the ecosystem, cucumbers, urchins, and corals. And then for Puerto Rico specifically, to keep the manta rays in that category. And that is because most of the rays are used for filling turnovers and things like that. So they are harvested. Now, it also was brought to the attention of the group that for some of these species, there's no data collection efforts ongoing right now. So they are not in the catch reports. There is no specific effort to collect any information on those. So we acknowledge as a group that that's a problem. Can I have the next one, please? So I'm going to present to you, basically, it mirrors what Sarah had presented earlier using the matrix. Under which category the species fell when the group discussed their status. So you see, I'm going to start with Queen Kong. Queen Kong, it's in red because we received from the St. Thomas Fishermen Association and from the Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources information on a number of species and the reasons why they should be in any one of these categories. So there is a bit of a difference between what the state agency sees as high risk, high value, and what the participants saw as low risk and high value. One of the main concerns is that there are too many regulations that try to achieve the same result. So for example, there was great discussion about the fact that there are seasonal closures in place, there are area seasonal closures in place, and there are annual catch limits in place, which seem to be a little bit redundant and overburdening to the fishers. And that was one of the things that came out. It came out in the Queen Kong. It came out for some of the deepwater snappers, for the groupers. So I'm not going to read everything that it's on the screen, but you can see that the group looked at telling the council that under low risk and high value in most cases for the commercial harvest or for the combined commercial and recreational harvest includes things like the queen snapper and cardinal snapper, the mutton snapper, yellowtail snapper, etc. So for Puerto Rico specifically, some of the issues that came up had to do with the potential, since most of these species have been under management for so long, of exporting yellowtail snapper, for example, to other jurisdictions. So that is a concern because that would make the that would make in terms of the economy of the commercial fishery, it would be an increase into their pocket and into the showing that the species it has been well managed. So they do have a 12-inch minimum size, and apparently that it's paying off. So these are the things that need to be evaluated in order to go ahead and think in terms of exporting any of these species to other jurisdictions. The other thing is the group discussed if these fisheries were really part of the EEC or were really state fisheries. So I'm going to show you one list that shows everything that they wanted to remove to the state. So this is one other column that could be added to the framework to look at that consideration between the what we consider low risk and high value and that kind of thing. I think that that would fit in very nicely with what we saw earlier. Let's see. Can I have the next one, please? So one of the things, and there is more information that came out of that meeting, but I'm going to give you a summary only, is that it was suggested that the species that you see on the screen now, cardinal and dog and schoolmaster snapper, the coney graceby, rock hind, the grunt, the surgeon fish, the hogfish, and that unit, the angelfish, barracuda, triple tail, crevalle jack, and African pompano be removed from federal management. And that basically it's a mirror image of what Sarah had presented to you today. The reasons for wanting that kind of change is that they are state waters fisheries in most cases. They might not be harvested in the EEC, and that's part of the issue that we had been discussing, that there is no actual fishery for some of these species in Puerto Rico, and I'm speaking specifically of Puerto Rico, such as the angelfish and there is a prohibition on the take of great barracuda. So really, I mean, there is no actually on the sale of barracuda. So these are fisheries that are not really providing anything really positive to the EEC management of our fisheries. Can I have the next one, please? So these are some of the ones that actually surprised me, but they were specifically requested by all 3 islands, and that has to do with the groupers that are mostly from deeper areas. And the reason for that is that, it's considered that most of these species would be within the state waters. They would be they're mostly territorial in the case of St. Thomas and St. John, the same thing for St. Croix. Now, it was acknowledged that they do aggregate for spawning, so that's when they become vulnerable, and that they would much rather not have them in the management unit, especially because there might be a lot of misidentification. And when the fisheries are very targeted for some of the groupers that are under federal management, then it detracts from getting the actual information that you need to manage that one grouper that it's the important species in the EEZ.
Graciela, can you clarify, for the purpose here for the discussion, remove it from federal management with the recommendation to do what with them? Disappear, send it to the local states, or what?
So in most cases that, yes, that they would be part of the local government handling of those species. There was a lot of discussion about how many of these species are really in the catch reports and how many reports are really coming in with any of these. So that was part of the discussion. Andy?
Andy?
Yeah, just maybe a specific question for USVI. Yellow edge grouper surprises me in terms of listed as state waters. I mean, that's a fairly deep water species, so I'm surprised it would be caught in state waters.
Julian?
Well, in our presentation, Jim McGrath for the record, in our presentation that we gave here for the meeting from the Fishermen's Association, which consisted of 5 DAP members, we asked for the catch report form to be revisited. And because the trap industry is about 90% of the fishery, we asked for it to be revised. And there was a certain list of species that we asked to be removed from the catch report form because we rarely catch them. So we don't see an importance with them right now. So it would make it easier for us in the reporting process. Also, with that said, we had asked for the seasonal closures to be removed because they're already managed by an annual catch limit. So we're managing species in more than one different way. So if we have a seasonal closure, why do we have an ACL? If we have an ACL, we shouldn't need a seasonal closure. And in most cases, like the groupers, the yellowfin grouper, the Nassau grouper, the yellow edge grouper, I don't consider it to be an inshore fish, but they're all protected in the area of the Gromanic Bank closure. So, there's no bottom gear. You only can fish in there with line, etc. So it's closed for that period of time during the spawn and aggregation time. So that was the reason that we asked for it to be removed. So, there's several other species that we see on the list, that we find that shouldn't be on the list. And it's in the presentation that we gave, and I can sit down with anyone and we can go over it if we need to go into more depth to have a clearer picture of what's going on. But we sat down, two of the heaviest hidden fishermen in that fishery was in attendance, and they feel it would make it a lot easier and you'll be able to get more accurate information. And then some of the species, if you as a fisher don't know the difference between the groupers, the tendency of you reporting is not going to be correct. Most of those groupers might be reported under the yellowfin grouper. So when you have, you have the tiger grouper, the rockhind, yellowfin, yellowmouth, yellow edge. Those are all on our catch report form. So the fishers don't know. It's hard to identify. When it comes to reporting, they're just gonna jot down anything. But most 90% of the time, it's gonna fall under your the Gromanic, the yellowfin grouper, which is your what you call it, the indicator species of that group. So it's just like the red hind and the coney. The red hind is your indicated species. So, those are all reasons.
Okay, so, I mean, there is that concern of the vulnerability of these species when they aggregate. So be it in the state or be it in the EEZ, it comes back to maintaining a fishery in place or not. But again, there has been little monitoring of any of these other species in the area. The fisheries, however, let me finish this one thing, have provided information, and I think that Sarah mentioned it, that they actually provide information on whether these species are caught in the state or in the EEZ. So that information should really be part of this discussion. And also, if we have any information on the life history of these species, that should also be part of this discussion. Maria?
Thank you. This is Maria Lopez. Can you go back one slide, please? So I just want to remind the council that many of the species that are in this list were included in the island-based fishery management plans other in the U.S. Virgin Island ones of Puerto Rico because of the importance that they had to the ecosystem. There is rationale included in the fishery management plans when in the action where Dory was discussing under which criteria they were going to be included. And some of the species, it even says, this species is not directly targeted by commercial or recreational fishers. However, it is important to the ecosystem. So this is one good example of species that, yes, recognizing the importance to the whole ecosystem for the fishery, that could be something that the council could consider then reclassifying as ecosystem component species in recognition of that importance to the actual ecosystem, rather than being a species that is directly and actively managed. Just wanted to bring that to the council's attention so they remind them why some of them were included. And it's showing over here, right? Some of those species, for example, depending on the island, right? For example, the angelfish. And again, I said depending on the islands because in some islands, the species will be part of the catch, but in some other islands, it's more included as, you know, the role that they had in the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay.
Miguel?
No, for Maria and for the record, just so you can say it again for the record. Once, let's say that the council decide this species are no longer, well, we recommend that they will not be part of the management unit. We have two options. Ecosystem component, put them there, or send them to the local states, local jurisdiction for management. What is the, for the record, what is the mechanism that we have? Amendment of the CFMPs, how long it will take, and you just said that again, because they asked me that at the coffee break.
Yeah, thank you, Miguel. I don't know how long it will take. However, I want everybody to understand that this is a process, right? This is something that Sarah discussed earlier today as part of that framework that she presented. Nothing is cut in stone, right? So we'll bring to the council different options. If the council is interested in changing the criteria that they used before, if they want to keep using the criteria and changing some things, for example, the thresholds that were used to make the cut, if they want to include something that we didn't have before, which is classification to ecosystem component species, if they want to use some of the criteria that were developed in the matrix that Sarah developed in here. So this is a process, right? And what this is doing is giving us an idea of what to be looking at, right? This is based on the input that was provided by council members, DAP members, other staff that was participating in here. The information that Sarah presented is the quantitative and the qualitative information that it's available for all of the species that are managed, including what was included in the FMP. So I don't know how long it will take, but I will tell you that it's regular council process that we are expecting and encouraging a lot of discussion and a lot of participation because this is going to set the future of what the resources that are available are going to be used for managing the species, right? So I don't know if that answers your question, Miguel, but the next option, like what we said in the previous motion, is the first step. The first step is to prepare an amendment, and for creating an amendment, the staff the council is basically saying, let's put together an interdisciplinary planning team and start working on a document on options and refining. So, and then hopefully we can bring something to the council meeting in December with some options, more refined options so that the council can take a look at that. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I just wanted to add the FMP amendment process. We have to follow that. The executive order does not exempt us from that process.
Thank you.
Yeah, the next slide that was up for,
I have the next one, please. So this
Yeah.
one specifically for the groupers.
right. So I know a question was asked about those groupers. I know for St. Croix and Sinai, probably correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't see catch reports, but I'm always at the different selling sites on St. Croix where the fishermen sell their catch. And I've never seen red, black, tiger, yellowish, yellowmouth, yellowfin groupers. Never seen them at all for over 30 years. And
So that was part of the discussion that the group had, and the fact that the distribution might be different. Also, it might be different in terms of the depth that they are found at the different islands, and there might not be a fishery for it. In addition to that, we discussed the issue of ciguatera. So some of these larger groupers are could be ciguatoxic. And I think that Nelson also brought up the fact that it's these deeper water groupers are not really economically viable in terms of what they get paid when they bring them back. So it's, if you're targeting the deep water snappers, you might not really want to be in places where there are groupers, because it just doesn't pay to bring back so much grouper that you're not going to get the price that you wanted for the snappers, for example. So the one main concern throughout all of this is the economy of the fisheries. What's the best price that you can get for the species that you're targeted? So the other issue with that is that they do deserve management and conservation, but then they are in much deeper waters than scuba divers and regular surveys go to. So there is that gap in the data collection efforts. So, they might not be hitting the actual aggregation of those groupers at depth because they're not really interested in bringing them back, or they might not really be using any of this area for spawning. So these are, concerns. And one additional issue has to do with interjurisdictions with the Department of Interior, for example, where most of the red grouper would be found south of St. John rather than any other place. So, and they do have, fishing regulation south of St. John. So these are all the issues that were discussed at the meeting. Can I have the next one, please? So for St. Thomas, basically, I mean, this is a well-reduced, how do you call it, list of species. It's missing all of the rock hine and the coney and the graceby that the St. Thomas Fishermen Association had requested. And so this would be the kind of information that they would like to see in their catch reports. So targeting the species that they are targeting, having the information for the gears that they are using, and then that reduces all that other species that might not be part of the fishery that they are prosecuting. Is that correct, Julian? So we do have it in writing for all the other species that they are concerned with, regarding that they were either part of the state waters or that they are not really part of the everyday fishing. Now, for the Queen Kong, which it includes the closure in the EEC of St. Thomas, St. Thomas does have a Queen Kong population that appears to be, viable, etc. So that should be a continued conversation to establish whether that population, although it's not fish, because St. Thomas doesn't have really a diverse fishery as they do in St. Croix and in Puerto Rico. So, but it might be a potential fishery to develop in the islands. But then again, we're back to being under a recovery and a rebuilding plan. So these are issues that we need to discuss. Can I have the next one, please? So this would be the list for St. Croix. And St. Croix does have, a different list of species under low risk and low value, but that are part of their fishery in terms of the local markets, etc. So this one doesn't quite fit with what Sarah had presented earlier. It leaves many of the species to be part of the federal management, and that's something, that the combination of the two efforts would be very handy to determine what in fact needs to be under federal management or not? And can I have the next one, please? Oh, sorry. Mr. Chair.
Gerson?
Well, Gerson Martinez for the record. Why the previous slide? Why I don't see the Queen Conch there? I don't know if I misread, but I don't see in the Queen Conch anywhere there. And that's a very important fishery over there. And we discussed Queen Conch that day.
So so it should be there because it's definitely one of the main species in St. Croix. So I apologize for that. I think that it was left from my copy and paste here. So Queen Conch in St. Croix, it's open in the EEC. It has an animal catch limit. It has a size limit. It has no females with eggs can be landed. So there are quite a number of regulations that are already in place for the EEC and that are actually compatible with the state waters. So again, it brings us to that impasse of considering it low or medium risk. I think it might be in the next slide. So consider it, and it is. Can I have that one? So that's the new category that was developed different from low and high that we had. So there was this discussion about some of them being medium risk, but very high value, right? For each of the islands. So that's where Queen Conch would fit for Puerto Rico and St. Croix. And that's where your angelfish and misty grouper and the like would fit for St. Thomas. And then the low risk, medium value, all of the other, the lane snapper, white grunt, etc. So the group developed this new category, and the DNER also had reported that they would like to consider one of these intermediate categories to discuss these species. So does that fit into any questions about these new categories? I don't think it would be a problem adding them to the matrix because it really describes that intermediate stage that everyone recognizes that could happen. Okay. So finally, some additional comments. So there was a bit of discussion and going back and forth regarding the MPAs, that's the area closures that we have in place, to keep them closed as they are right now, to open the water column in some of them, to actually open a place like Tourmaline that's been closed since the 90s, but really doesn't respond to protecting any of the red hind aggregations that were supposed to be there, to keep the hindbank and the grammatic in place, acknowledging that there has been little monitoring of many of the species that are within these areas. However, it comes to it just happened that the Coral Reef Conservation program had provided some funds for the council to look at tourmaline specifically to determine whether it's being effective in actually protecting the red hind aggregation at that site. And the way that the proposal was developed had to do with having the fishers be part of the site selection process, use technologies of different kinds so that the scientists would be teaching the fishers how to use all this technology, but they would be involved in all of the process of data collection and actually management advice to the council. So that's in place right now. We do have the authorized funding available for that. So there was discussion about the monuments, and the monuments are under the purview of the Department of Interior. So they have no fishing restrictions. There might be some specific species that can be harvested from these areas, but that they are a source of recruits to the fishery in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The issue that we mentioned at the beginning of the ACLs versus the seasonal closures versus the overprotection of these species that needs to be revised. The catch reports that Julian mentioned earlier, and the same thing for the deepwater snappers of Puerto Rico. And then a lot of discussion had to do with the with what fishers call the market-driven fisheries that really need to be assessed as such. There is variability in the amount of fish that the restaurants require. There is variability in the number of tourists that come through the islands. There is a specific request from those who buy in great quantities from the fishers of sizes, etc. So these things really have a lot to do with what you see in the data that are reported by them to the local authorities and to the science center. So that was a big part of the discussion throughout all of the determination of whether species should be maintained for in the EEC FMU or not. And then there has been a request for a very long time to start looking at that variability in prices, because that really will lead to whatever you are going to be landing. So your landings will go up and down depending on what you expect to receive in return from that work. And finally, the discussion on the imports for certain species that are iconic to the islands, but are being drowned by the imports, which offer, in some cases, a lower price, or offer the species that it's under a seasonal closure to be available at a higher price. So it makes a really complex situation for the fishers and a burden that they do have to carry. And not only for that period of time, but for the continuation. Once the fishery is open again, there is still that problem of imports and prices competition to the local fishers. And finally, if I can have the next one, I think I mentioned most everything that we discussed. This you can read, but this is the Excel file that we forwarded from Genio's communication. So it's not only the reasoning why, but if there is any regulations that are in place that need to be taken off the table, that's what we really are moving towards, to answer these questions. So this exercise of the ad hoc committee, it's by no means the determination that it's made and presented to the council, but it's a suggestion in terms of those species that the group considered that should and should not be part of that management. So that, alongside that matrix that Sarah presented, I think that the council will be in a very good position to put all that information together and provide us with the Excel data.
Yeah, but we also need to make clear that the two are the immediate thing is to fill that table and send it back to Washington. And as Andy said, we don't need to have a list of all the species. We just the actions that we are going to undertake or propose to undertake. And that had to be submitted by September this year. So, Graciela, with the information that we have, the discussion that we have today, do we have enough to fill that table, or at least begin to work on it? So we can submit it on time?
With the information that we have, especially with Sarah's table, where it actually records the regulations that are in place for any of these species, if there is compatibility or not, and that kind of thing, I think that we can provide you with some information. I don't know if these include what gaps we have in the data, because the first one that comes to the table is the lack of recreational information.
But we can
for this area.
also set that in our communication.
Yeah.
And for the record, that's what had been required from us, to list as an example that you have on the screen that you cannot see, list of the actions that we can take, list what we already have. And don't worry, we're gonna send that to everybody, and it's in our webpage. But that's what they need. And in a conversation with Mr. Pinheiro, he said, yeah, that's what we like to see. Regarding the Kelly's Cross, they don't want to call it Kelly's Cross anymore, but at least we need to put that into a language that would address, we have species that that follow these categories, and these are the actions that we want to undertake to address those.
So what Maria had said earlier,
Sinai, ¿tiene una cosa?
So I have some concerns about simply stating that we're going to make amendments to the FMPs as part of our response to this request for the EO without it going through the process that we go through to make amendments to our FMUs and FMPs. And, you know, unless I am seeing specific directives from National Marine Fisheries Service with that is what they want, and I'm hesitant to do that. My understanding and what I read in the EO, the letter, which is the only directive that I, as a, you know, representing the Virgin Islands as a council member, has received, was that we will commit to a work plan and a schedule for implementation to ensure these actions are prioritized. I think we can easily identify this process in the letter that we're going to go through to reevaluate the FMUs and describe the process by which we're going to evaluate what we're going to make amendments to the FMUs. But I see no directive that tells us that we need to specify a list of fish that we are going to take out of the FMUs. And I don't think that without it going through the process that we've established as a council by which we do that, it's necessary to do that at this time.
To that point, you're right. And actually, that's what we were discussing with Kelly and the others. At the beginning, they thought that they would have to have this list and everything, but I thought it's more complicated than they thought. And there are some works that have been done actually, and they can address that. But you're right on point. You know, this is a process that they started. Also, we are going to discuss it at the October meeting with the CCC. Where are we? But at least I would like to see progress made regarding this process. And that's what we're going to do. Actually, the more you talk, the more I think that I will send you the draft so you can work on it with the staff so we can send the essence of the sentiment of the council to comply with.
I have a chat. Oh, Andy.
Yeah, so first I wanted to agree with Sinai's comment. If we could back up to the recommendations of the ad hoc, it was the written recommendations. There was a couple slides back. Or is this might be the spreadsheet, something separate. So I know we're scheduled to take a lunch break and then we're going to come back and talk about the executive order recommendations. Yeah, that slide that you just passed.
Okay.
That one, yes. So I'm going to share during the break with Graciela and Miguel, and I can share with the rest of the council members just some of the initial input that we received from the Gulf Council and South Atlantic Council. It's a very high level, but it's more along the lines of what you have here on the screen from the ad hoc committee. And I think, you know, if we could spend some time after lunch, then looking at a comprehensive list of ideas that you would want to move forward for consideration to address the executive order. That gets also to Sinai's point with regard to we're going to be committing to looking at this. Whether or not we make changes would depend obviously on this body and the work that we put in to obviously evaluate whether or not the changes need to be made. But this to me provides some good input from the fishers as some direction that the council may want to look at. And I'm sure there's other ideas that people have that could add to this list as well as the fishery management unit changes.
I have somebody on the chat, I think. No?
There is nobody on the chat. When I raised my hand, it was because there were some people asking me for the presentation and it's already not on ISO.
Okay.
So for those that ask, you can go to ISO and you can get it.
okay, so that's what we have for you.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to say something? Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Maria Lopez. So if I understand correctly, then after we break for lunch, we continue the discussion. And my understanding is that there are other information that wants to be shared by other council members in terms of ideas for ideas to potentially to include in here and discuss, and also Graciela, maybe some progress on evaluations for the reserves and things like that, for example, a CRCP project that was approved, etc. So things like that that will help us to populate this list of priorities. Is that correct?
So that's going to be very short, but then again, I mean, we are going to hear from the Science Center tomorrow, and one of the very, very important things that it's happening is the data triage exercises that are so important to this whole process. And secondly, the CDAR 103 for which is going to change the game a little bit because it's not single stock species assessment. It's looking at alternative methods to do that. So if there are any specific ideas that have come out of the development of the CDAR 103, this would also be a good time to bring them up.
I guess in this discussion, I would also like to maybe find out what happens to these species that we're gonna put under the ecosystem plan. Because I just don't want to forget about them since, you know, we have important species that are grazers and we just can't abandon them. And then those that go, that the state will manage or put to the state to manage, you know, the St. Croix Fisheries Advisory Committee would make recommendations to the state as what we would like to see, maybe in catch limits or something.
Hi, this is Sarah. In response to the ecosystem component, the IPT process would likely probably develop some criteria for those ecosystem component species. They could be different based on the rationale of what you want to do for them. For instance, the corals, the urchins, the parrotfish, the ones that are grazers, you might want to, you know, come up with a criterion that is specific to their role in the ecosystem. There might be other species that you want to maybe keep as ecosystem component species because maybe you don't want bycatch of those species to get out of control. So you want to keep an eye on them. So those types of criteria, again, for ecosystem component species could be developed along with criteria for why you might remove completely. So all of that's probably going to be packaged and brought back to you to look at, to chew on, to say, I like this option, not that option. So they're not being removed. They're not even being pushed to ecosystem yet. They're going to be, the IPT process will put together options for you to consider, and then you can decide as a council at that time what you might like to do with them.
Julian?
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. I just heard Graciela mention CETA 103, and of course, right away my phone lights up from my people that are following. What is CETA 103?
I'm going to tell you all, this is Kevin McCarthy for the record. I'm going to tell you all about it tomorrow morning, and you're going to hear more than you ever want to hear, because one of the things we have to do, the council needs to do, is approve the terms of reference. And so we're going to go through all of those. You'll see what it's all about. But the headline is we want to look at all different kinds of ways to analyze the available data to provide management advice, whether that's something very data limited or whether that's ecosystem based and everything in between. Because, you know, 95% of our species, right, are in that tier 4, where what we've got is an ACL based on expert opinion. And so we've had those ACLs for 10, 12 years. And one of the things we'd like to do is to go back and look at that with some of these analyses and say, is that ACL, does it make sense? After 10, 12 years, is it in the right place? Are there indicators that suggest it should go up, it should go down? And we want to have that recommendation for every managed species across all the islands. So that's the goal. That's the headline.
Salvatore?
I think I understand most of what you're saying, but we're talking mostly here about seafood competitiveness. We're talking about food. And I think that we had to get a report, or I don't know if they did it in that hook or not, whether we are eliminating things that are wanted by the people to eat, that we can export to other places, and that we are commercially getting better by doing what we're doing. That's one thing that I think we should be aware of, is because we're talking about food, not about the species or anything. We're talking about creating more jobs, creating more work, and exportation of, or what do we eat in Puerto Rico? What do we eat in the Virgin Islands? And I think we should focus on that too. Thank you.
More comments?
Talking about eating, Mr. Chairman, can we wait for lunch? Lunch?
Okay, sure. So we'll break for lunch for 1 hour. We'll be back at 1:15. 1:30. Okay, 1:30. Lunch is on your own, but try not to go too far because hour goes by real fast. Alrighty. We're gonna get started again, so if you all can find your seats. Um, So the next thing on the agenda is the CFMC's response to NOAA fisheries on EO 14276. Who does that?
So we received an email from Andy Strelchek with the information from the South Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico. We've also reviewed the 2020 reply to the executive order 13921, which is, the original issue. So with the information that we have, and I think if the council is agreeable to that, as soon as possible, get the DAPs together to work on both the matrix and the framework and the information that they provided through the ad hoc. So that would be one thing to do. The other thing would be to review what has come under review now, because I see that there is a couple of places where they want to remove species from management, and they also want to transfer the management of the spiny lobster to the state rather than to keep it under federal management for Florida. So how high level we want to discuss that would be, these are bullet points what they provided here. So I was trying to figure out, I think that the DAPs are extremely important. They should put, I think that what Roberto said before we left on the side of, this is to push forward the availability of seafood, the economics, the commerce of those species. And with the export information that we got for the yellowtail snapper are things that the council might want to consider.
Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Graciela. And so I shared before the lunch just the preliminary information that those two councils have put together. And as Graciela points out, it is a simple bulleted list, right? It's a list of ideas that the council members had through just kind of a roundtable discussion. So, I would certainly encourage the council, if you have any input or thoughts today in terms of deregulatory actions that this council might want to consider, that you offer those up for consideration. I agree with you, Graciela, that involving the advisory panels, getting input going forward, obviously will be critical. But the timing of this response is September 30th. So we essentially have a little over a month to gather that information and provide a response at this point based on what you have.
Miguel?
And this is the tricky part. If we are going to meet the DAPs, we need to announce them in the Federal Register. And now we need 40 days to send the agenda to the Federal Register. So Graciela had to be kind of ingenious in order to backtrack. So 30 days in September. So probably by this week, we have to put together the agenda and send it out. In the case of the DAPs, what we like to have is the presentation by Graciela, the presentation by Sarah, and also all the topics that we discuss here. So we will then inform the DAPs in advance. So the three chairs will be there. Actually, probably that meeting could be chaired by you, Julian, or Julian. So the thumb indicated that the chair of the 3-day AP meeting will be Julia McGrath. And then we have to hurry up to see how can we incorporate whatever comes out of the DAPs into the discussion, or not the discussion, but into the document that we are going to submit to Washington. A question I have, probably with Sam His, in that document, can we just list the topics, talk about the regulations that we want to modify, the management plan that we have to modify, but we don't need to write exactly what we're going to do. Is that true? Or do we have to have an indication in that document? This is what we would like to do.
Sam?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The executive order envisions that the council will both identify actions that it believes should be undertaken and commit to a work plan to do that. But we recognize that it's difficult for many councils to actually do that for the reasons you stated, to go through all that process. So the executive order suggests a work plan. I think that most councils will not be unable to completely fill that out with a full, well thought out how we're going to get from here to there or many of these things. We will accept all the letters, but I just wanted to be clear that the executive order does seem to imply a work plan. I do not think you will be the only one having difficulty preparing such a work plan. Thank you.
So when talking about bullets, maybe I want to maybe recommend to the DAPs when they meet, I looked at that letter from, or that document from Andy, and especially for what the Gulf had. It's something that we tried years ago, maybe 10 years ago or something like that, to allow for rollover of our ACLs if they're not used. And I think I saw something in the Gulf regarding that. So except for Queen Conch, we don't want to roll over Queen Conch overages, but other species, maybe we can consider that. And also, I know that actually I could only speak for St. Croix, but we don't really target sharks, but access to some sharks would be something that maybe the DAP could consider as deregulatory. There are caught once in a while incidentally, so we don't want the fishermen to get in trouble because they have a hammerhead. Those are two of my points for now. And I think what Gerson mentioned in the April meeting, no, not in the April meeting, he mentioned it in the ad hoc, that the fishermen don't want to open any monuments or expand, or, I mean, they don't want any more closed season, but they don't want to open the monuments or the closed areas. They want to protect those because those are nurseries for reproduction. But Gerson can speak on that later. Graciela.
So, for example, one of the things that we have been discussing has been these low priority species or species that belong to the state. Would that make it into the plan such that the council discussed at this meeting, the consideration of these species? Now we have to go and talk to the Science Center and the regional office and make sure that these species really are not in the EEC, so that by December we would have something to present to the council and move forward with that, but that requires an amendment and the same thing with the ecosystem component species. So those bullets are, already on the table. It's a matter of putting them in the schedule. So do we have the time to meet with the DAPs? It would have to be the week of September 15th if we send the agenda this week. So that gives us, 3 days of the DAPs and turn over to respond.
Yeah, that should be included in the work plan and outline, because we had to inform the council by December, here we are, and here we're gonna go, and these are the steps that we have to take. Also be mindful that every one of these steps costs money and people. And in some cases, we don't have neither the money or the people. And that's something that had to be included in the equation.
Andy? And then,
Hi, this is Maria Lopez. So regarding what Graciela, what you just said, so earlier we make a motion, the council made a motion, where is it? Yeah, so made a motion of saying that, where is it? Sorry. Develop an amendment to move forward with the framework presented by staff to evaluate and revise the FMU. To me, that's an action, right? So there's already a plan that can be included in the list, and the schedule for that. You know, we already talked about bringing this in December, bringing options for December, and I think that constitutes something that the council already made a decision that we're going to be looking at the species that are going to be managed. So that, to me, that's one action, and we can just put it like that, and then staff can develop it further as needed. I don't know if you agree. And then other things that can be included, if council members want to discuss now other actions, for example, when we were at the ad hoc, I remember Nelson, as the DAP chair, mentioning some things that they would like to see as deregulatory actions. Maybe this is this just a suggestion, or I'm not a council member, but just a recommendation or a suggestion that maybe those things can be discussed now, and the council can discuss further and decide if this is something that we want to at least explore, right? Because I would think that considering something doesn't mean committing to it. So consideration of something that they would like to deregulate is a plan to me. And then the council is obviously not going to look into it in the next 3 months, but it will have a plan to look into it and determine if it's something that has merit to move forward with or not.
Andy?
Yeah, knowing that, funding resources are limiting, I guess a couple of thoughts. One, if you're going to convene the DAPS, do it virtually, right? I don't know if that's what your plan was in the first place. If you can't, because of timing in terms of a notice, maybe you could at least solicit input from the DAPS that could be providing written comments, right? These are just recommendations. You have to synthesize that and then put it together in terms of a letter that comes to the fishery service. And then kind of a broader deregulatory action, which right now I don't think we know what it would be, but it was mentioned earlier, we have catch limits in place. We had some regulations that were kind of pre-catch limits that are constraining harvest, right? So kind of looking at the network of management measures in relation to kind of our management regime and determining whether some of them are no longer needed, right? And so that's broad brush, generalized, but I think that's really good interest for the fishermen in terms of, are there things that are constraining harvests more than we need them to?
I got a question. These deregulation recommendations, that's strictly in the EEZ, right? Nothing involving state waters, local waters? No? Okay. Graciela?
Well, I do have a question because in terms of fisheries, it would be kind of a cumulative action because you do have the state waters jurisdiction and regulations. In addition to that, federal government within the state waters, especially in the Virgin Islands, and on top of that, the EEC under the Department of Commerce. So my question was to see if we could address, I mean, one thing would be the ACLs and the size limits, et cetera. The other thing would be areas that are already under management, seasonally closed, no-take zones, et cetera. So the Department of Interior does not close them for fisheries reasons, but they have a no fishing or no take in place for many of these areas. So, how do we bring all that into the picture? Is it possible to bring it in into Fisheries Management Council Zero Science Center?
Yeah. Julian?
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. So under the executive order, they're asking, well, how can we restore the American seafood competitiveness? Well, in order for us to do more than what we are doing as fishers, because we are market driven, is we need to relax some of the rules that are in place, if possible, like what the St. Thomas Fishermen Association put forward for the St. Thomas St. John district, and cut back on the amount of imports that are coming in. Every time a regulation is put in place in this room, or whichever room we're having the meetings, all of a sudden that product shows up in our supermarkets. And that's competition for us as fishers that slows us from selling our product, our fresh, locally caught product. Because it's not enforced by our local government that the businesses, the restaurants, the hotel must buy fresh local first before buying imports. And the fresh local product is way cheaper than the imported products, imagine that. But because we are tied to a lot of different regulations, the competition is there. So let's use group as a perfect example. Thousands and thousands of pounds of grouper cases and cases come in weekly into our islands. And it's sold fresh local grouper on the menu. And we're not catching no grouper. That's a perfect example. The yellowtail snapper, we put the size limit in place for federal, and the locals, we're going to make that compatible, because that's what the fishers want. 12-inch carpers with the 12-inch length with the tip of the tail. Next thing, what shows up in our big supermarkets are cases of yellowtail from Nicaragua and Belize. Exact rules that are in place, that have been put in place, shows up in our market. We fought the lobsters to a high extent to keep our 3.5 carapace length. A few years back, they was trying to get us to go to 3.0. The fishers fought, no, we want to keep the 3.5. 3 months later, Florida got a 3 million pound increase on their lobster annual catch limit. Where do you think those lobster tails were going to end up? Into our market. Are they still ending up in our market? Yes, there's plenty of undersized tails that are coming into our market, and it's not regulated because there is no enforcement. No enforcement. We had a federal enforcement officer, Alex, who was well on the tail of these people, and all of a sudden he's gone, and there's no one left. We got 2 local enforcement officers, and one of them is the assistant director in the St. Thomas St. John district. So here it is, the officials are fighting a battle. I read the executive order over and over and over. How can we enhance? Well, we need to be able to catch more and sell more, but we got to find some way to slow the imports coming in. It's killing us. We want to make the money, but we got to come up with some rules. And I know you guys are mandated through Congress to follow the rules and regs that has to keep healthy fisheries. And that's what we should be focusing on, and where can we ease over-regulating. And I would really like this council to take into consideration, at least for the St. Thomas St. John district, the letter that was provided by the St. Thomas Fishermen's Association, that meeting was held with 5 DAP members, that we just pulled together 5 of us out of the 13 of us. We didn't get paid. We just did it because we needed to be prepared for the ad hoc committee meeting to have something to present to you guys. And today present, I have the Vice President of the Fishermen's Association, Joshua Cattell. He's actually a DAP member, and Lois Blanchard. So we had Daryl Bryan, we had Shirley Lede, we had a group of us, we sat down there and we came up. This is what we thought would be best as a starting point for the St. Thomas St. John district. And I know you guys want to put something together to present, but I think that's a great starting point for us to start with. Thank you.
Miguel?
Well, we are discussing the response. So far, a couple of things. If we don't need to have the DAP meeting to respond, because we are talking about generalities and we believe that we have all the information that we need, then the meeting of the DAP will be focusing on the presentation that Graciela put together, the matrix. So by the December meeting, we have better understanding what this is all about. Or if you want to wait until we meet with the DAP, the quickest that we can do it now using the 40 date is 26th of September. And the agenda will be just that, a presentation by Graciela, the presentation by Sarah Stevenson, and then some recommendations there. But probably we don't need that for the response to Washington, because the letter that Julian was talking about is very good. It have all the elements that we need to put together the response to Washington. We also have the example of the Gulf Council and the South Atlantic that we can use. And as everybody is saying here, this is a process. So the question to the council is, do you think that in this agenda item, we have enough to respond to National Marine Fisheries Service request on the 14276, and then follow up with the procedures that we're discussing?
Andy?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we have a good start. I think what Julian was saying is helpful, right? I need to re-review the letter and, maybe collectively the council agrees with most, but not all of the suggestions, right? So that's where it becomes important then as to what are we putting forward as a council? Not just because St. Thomas Fishermen's Association submitted it, do we agree that we're going to put forth everything? So I think there has to be some review and vetting process. I'd love to obviously get information from St. Croix and Puerto Rico, from, Puerto Rico DNR, from USVI, government. The more we can kind of collect all of that information input, have you draft a letter, even share it around with the council members before the 30th deadline, I think would be helpful to then best inform, obviously, the executive order input. But yeah, we've all been, I think, taking some notes here, and I think there's certainly a good starting list of things that can be further refined.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we follow what you just said, then the staff should prepare some draft response, circulated among the council members, everybody, the DAP chairs. And then once we have the input of everybody, we can fine tune the letter and send it to Washington on time. In the meantime, we will continue with the schedule with the DAPs in September, and everything that we have said that we are going to bring to your attention at the December meeting. Graciela, ¿tienes alguna pregunta sobre lo que hay que hacer? I mean, do you have a question about what we're supposed to do? Okay.
Sinai?
So I have a couple of questions. One, this to me is far too open-ended of something that needs a response for the 30th. And part of the reason we have meetings is so that we as a council make the decisions as to what is going to happen with responses to these. We're here now. I think we should identify the specific actions that we are recommending as a council, that the council staff in conjunction with NOAA puts together into a letter as a response, and identify the structure of what we want that response to be. We're here to do that. We should do it now. That is my recommendation. The only thing that I have heard that we made a clear decision on was amending the FMUs. That is the only thing that we have taken a vote as a council and decided on. And I don't like the idea of taking a letter from here and there and ideas from here and there, and then saying that is the decision that the council has made, because it is not. So I think what we should do now is put up a sheet of paper, have someone take notes, identify the main points that we are thinking are how we're going to respond to the EO, and then, give a recommended plan as to how we're addressing it, and then have the staff in conjunction with NOAA staff put together a recommendation that each of these groups then review, give their agreement on, and then the council members do as well, which we can do through email, even if we need to have a vote, or convene like a video conference to after reviewing it before it gets sent out. I think every one of the council members would agree like to doing that.
Yeah. Well, you need to lead the discussion yourself, but remember the timing that we have. Even if I have a one-day virtual meeting, it had to be the 25th of September. So can you just start the discussion, how you like to see it discussed this time? Because I believe that you're right. You know, once we have that in the right direction, that's the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think one of the things we did was we recommended we'd have an amendment to the FMUs, right? So that is something that we as a council are agreeing to look at. And we can describe the process by which we're going to do that, which I think we have a good understanding of. And that's one of the action items that we're going to put. We should have a timeline that we are identifying, whether it be 12 months, 18 months, that we'll have a decision on. A second thing that I heard just now from, the St. Thomas, St. John DAPs is imports, right? That's not something that we've discussed. From my understanding, what I've seen in federal law, the one thing that would address that is the seafood import monitoring program. That's one option, but that wouldn't mean removing regulations. That would actually be a recommendation to add, which would be to identify species that are within our FMUs in which the fishermen are getting affected by improper or illegal or legal importation that is making it hard for them to compete, right? Right now, the majority of the higher numbered fish in our FMUs that we monitor are not included in that program, right? And so that means that is why you have a lot of these other species that can come in through importation, and they don't have to meet a lot of the same bureaucratic requirements that our commercial fishers do. So that's one thing that I would recommend, but that might not be something we want to put into the EO, but that's something that we can look at. But I would say another action item that we are going to focus on would be to create a plan that identifies bureaucratic hurdles that are reducing our fishers' ability to compete with imported seafood in the United States. And we will identify specific actions that we will do as a council to limit that, right? That's the second thing. Put a timeline on it, how we're going to address it. I don't remember what the other ones that we were talking about is, but I would like to see those other ones from either other council members or other people that are in the room listed out so that we all know what are the ones we're agreeing to before we leave for the day. That would be my recommendation on how we do that.
Yeah, let's take the one on imports. We have been discussing imports for the last 40 years. And the only thing that we can do is recommend to the higher up authorities to look at it. But I believe that following your train of thought, we need to identify those issues regarding imports that affect the local fisheries. So do you have a line or two that we can add for the discussion, probably?
This is Maria. I'm going to suggest that a document is started and we put it on the screen so we can start throwing ideas in there. And then once the idea's in there, we can add a little bit. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be the idea and see if there is consensus among council members as to that is something that we can move forward with. So Christina or Lehigh, do you think that will be possible? Thank you. Sorry for the interruptions tonight.
No, I appreciate that. That's what I would like to see as well.
Talita, Cristina. Lehigh?
While we wait for that, Julian.
Julian McGrath, to Oregon. I just wanted to say, well, I agree with what Andy was saying and what Sinai just said. And Maria followed up with it. I think this is the best opportunity we have right now with us being in a room together. And we have to start at some place. And I think once we get started, what I have seen over time in many meetings is once we get started, we make progress. We might not finish, but it's going to be a start and we have a guidance on where we headed. some kind of foothold on where we headed, and then it also would make the process easier to gather the information from the other groups that we need information from. So I agree that we get started and try something.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, probably now we can, Sinai can dictate a line or two regarding the topic about the import, so everybody will have an opportunity to share at it.
Yeah, I think we could say develop an action plan to identify bureaucratic hurdles or bureaucracy. No, número dos.
Yeah, hi. Polo. There.
Yeah. Develop action plan to improve local fisher competitiveness against exports or imports, right? Which that's what we're talking about. We can workshop or develop an action plan to reduce bureaucratic burdens on local fishers. How about that? Is that better? Yeah. To improve local fisher competitiveness. Yeah, that works. So after hurdles, just put 2. And then underneath, I would say do a sub bullet. Right. And then under 4, do 4A. And then I would specifically identify ways identify ways to change species in SIMP. You can just, associated with Caribbean.
You have to spell out.
Yeah, so you could do, so S is seafood import monitoring program. Because I think that although we cannot directly change that, I think we can make recommendations and explain how it impacts our fishers. And so that's one, right? Like lobster's not on there, yellowtail, conch isn't on there, and conch is now, ESA listed. So all of those are things I think that highly affect our fishers' competitiveness.
Andy?
Yeah, so with regard to number 4, I think this is general enough, but what I would emphasize is this can also be a whole of government approach, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to rest with this Caribbean Council or the Fisheries Service. If you have concerns about imports that could be more broadly addressed by other agencies, right? That could be part of the response. I'm not understanding bullets 2 and 3. So I was just going to suggest, we maybe add some other, so a few other things that I've written down. Carlos mentioned carryover of unused quota, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Carlos, help me out here. You were mentioning essentially expanded harvest of sharks or alleviating some shark restrictions.
Right. Some shark. Things like tiger and hammerhead. Are tiger protected?
They're not.
Okay, well, hammerhead.
Hammerhead is.
And then I mentioned reviewing Right, let's see, how would I say it? It's essentially yeah, revising regulations that are not compatible between federal and state. Maria, you want to add others?
Yeah, something that was mentioned earlier today, revising regulations that are duplicative in their objective. For example, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you mentioned seasonal closures for a species with already an area closure that is already set up for the species. Julian, I think you were the one mentioning something like that.
Yeah, seasonal closure, to get rid of the seasonal closures, I already have either the area closure or annual catch limit targeted to it.
Okay, so we can phrase this as revised regulations that are duplicative in their objective, and that could involve a myriad of things that can be explored.
What about, Martha?
Thank you. I just remember that when the council was doing the IRA proposals, there was one proposal specifically for this issue. So I perhaps want to include the possibility to liaise with some of the IRA projects that are already implementing, because we may have some synergetic actions that can provide and support this activity. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Marta, could you come back and repeat? We couldn't hear you very well. What project are you referring to, so we can capture it in the document?
Yes, we are working with consultores educativos in liaison with features and identifying some actions and potential future plans to evaluate how extreme events are influencing their activities. And so part of that refers to the potential in affected markets and so on. So we may have some linking activities that we can support this council task. Thank you.
Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. In one moment, I bring the issue about importations and also the problem that we have in Puerto Rico with the misidentification of the species with the importation. In some moment, they bring some species and sell for other type of species. And I think that it's necessary to revisit that too.
Are we gonna include in there the letter from St. Thomas Fishermen Association? Are we gonna include that to review that also? Or is that already up in there? No, sir.
You're asking, should we review it to look for other things to add? So I mean, I
Yeah.
think two of the things that Julian had mentioned are included on there.
Okay.
I think if you want to have it read onto the record again, I think that we can
No.
do that.
No, just
But
wanna
I
make
would
sure
just
that,
ask him to make sure that we're capturing.
right, I just wanna make sure we're capturing what
Yeah.
they said.
So.
Vanessa?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Just to put in the record that also the situation that he exposed from San Thomas is the same situation that we have and are presenting in the markets in Puerto Rico. With the importation, especially with the high target species as the lobster, especially with the tails, and the Queen Kong fillet that is imported is practically taking our market. And in this time that we're in a closure, you can go everywhere and you will find it. Thanks.
Oh, yeah?
Vanessa, thank you for clarification. When you're talking about the closures, are you referring to the availability of imports when there's a seasonal closure for that determined species? Can you elaborate? And if this is something, because it's a little bit different than what Sinai mentioned before, and it's extremely important too. So maybe we can articulate it better in this document.
Yes, thank you, Maria. Especially in the example of the Queen Conch, for the time that we are in closure, the importation of the fillet, clean fillet, it's something that hit us directly, not only because of the price is lower than the usual price that we have in the market, also because once the restaurants use that kind of fillet and see that for the restaurant is going to be lower the cost once the closure is open, then we still lose that restaurant and we still having issues to can deal with the price and getting more people that can or want to buy our product. Also in the supermarkets, we can find a variety of species, not only with the king kong and the lobster tail, also with the snapper and the mutton snapper, line snapper, that they are bringing at very low price. And once we are at the fish market, it's very hard that we can, for example, have the ability to take the food stamp, for example, and then the supermarkets can do it. So people prefer to go to the supermarkets, use their food stamp to buy the imported fish instead of go and take the local catch. Thanks.
Salvatore and then Julian, and then Crespo.
I assume that you're suggesting that whenever we have a veda, all import stop for that item. That's what you're suggesting. I believe so, yes. Because otherwise, because right now in Puerto Rico, the only fish that I think that you know is going to be fresh is salmon. We don't catch it here. Let's face it.
That's a great example. But yes, it's practically that it's a direct hit to our fishermen that we can sell not even the inventory that we have in the freezers. We need to close that. And then the importations came and take advantage of the people and the restaurants. Yeah.
Julian?
Julian McGrath for the record. A couple of the other things that we have here in the letter, I'm looking at it, was one of the things was the removal of the dolphin and wahoo from the managed species list, because it's a highly migratory species. I know we had a lot of discussion about this before, but I would like us to revisit that one. And one thing I would put on the record to make sure that it's clear, we don't want to see any more area closures. And I don't know if this is the proper place about the revision of the CCR trap to have a trap CCR for itself, so we can gather correct information for when we're doing assessments. And I gave Graciela a copy of what we would like to see that she can share with everyone. But those are some of the other items. Thank you.
Crespo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the same line of Vanessa says, it is important to evaluate all the species that have closed season or are under management here regarding the importation, because right now we have an abundance of lobster in the Caribbean, and it's really hard to sell. And what happened? We raised the ACL, and we are going for accountability measure, but the reality is that the abundance is so high, and we can compete with importation. So it's hard, to develop a good market and make money with all the penalties we have to afford.
I just remembered something, listening to Crespo, and I don't know if this is gonna fall within this or not, but I think Crespo mentioned increase the bag limit for skipjacks in the small Caribbean small boat permit, but I don't know if we can really do that. That's HMS.
That's something for the council to send to HMS for the consideration. This is not part of this. We included in the ad hoc committee because we wanted to incorporate it into the record. And Nelson, do you care to repeat what is the issue with that particular point in the AD? Because then
Yes.
we need to send a letter to the appropriate people.
The problem we have with the small boat permit and the skipjack is that the bag limit assigned is too low. And the skipjacks is a very important species for the commercial fishers and now for the restaurant, because the restaurant are start offering them, like a part of the menu. And it's hard to us when we find the school of skipjacks. We don't catch skipjacks every day, but when the school are there, we can easily catch 30, 40 of them. And then maybe gonna pass a few weeks until we find it again. And that species is really important for bait, now for food, and it's, the key, where when we make our money with the deep water snapper, because that's the main bait that we use it for it. It's necessary to increase the bag limit or take it out from the small board permit, because the most of the fishers prefer to take the other permit that is HMS permit, that we have no limitation with that species.
So the question, Mr. Chairman, and that's what I say, it's not part of the list that we have here. Two avenues. One, Nelson can write directly to the HMS officials at that point, or with or without the endorsement of the council. So the question, Mr. Chairman, is do you want to endorse what Nelson is bringing to your discussion? Because that's the only thing that you can do, either endorse it or not. This is not within your authorities to work with HMS.
Yeah, I do endorse it, and I would like to get a response to Nelson's question years ago about using skipjack for bait, that HMS never did respond. They wanted to be able to cut, because you gotta land them whole or something. Tonight,
Don't we have a Caribbean rep on like the HMS, like count, like who is that currently?
So, I don't know if we have a Caribbean rep, but we do have representation from HMS typically at council meetings, and we have been in constant communication with our colleagues from HMS. I'm not sure if she's here at this time virtually, but she was certainly planning to participate in the discussion, but we're going to discuss that tomorrow under other business. So if you would like to wait until tomorrow to further discuss so they can clarify some questions, and then the council can decide if they would like to endorse a letter for NIMS to request this, or if this is something that can happen as a separate item, like, for example, like Miguel was saying, that it would come directly from a fisherman. But yes, we have been in constant communication with HMS, and they are and they will address this as requested by the council. So if
Marcos is still representing HMS, yeah. HMS. So anyway, you can table this until tomorrow, as Maria suggested, and then you can take a decision.
I think we can table it till tomorrow. I also think like that's one thing when these issues come up, it would be a good idea to summarize them and send them to Marcos and make sure that he is also including that in his discussions when he's in their meetings,
Actually, you're right. Usually what we do is when we send a letter to HMS for any issue, we send a copy to him. Of course, at that time he was the chair of the council, but it's really unable. He said it's no problem. We still have Carlos. We can ask him to send a letter too.
Nelson?
I'm pretty sure that Marcos, in one moment, sent a letter to Randy Blanchip, and we don't receive any response from them.
Yeah, but that's the point. By the way, you're discussing this. In 1975, I made a whole study of import-exports. And then I prepared this for my boss, and almost every single item that you have here in the airport, I got in my report. That was in 1975. I'm still waiting for the response from my secretary. So anyway, And then a lawyer in Washington told me to forget about it because I was, anyway, it's a long story. But Mr. Chairman, I believe that if we do what is suggested, then tomorrow we can address the HMS and probably we don't even need a letter. Probably but the lady representing HMS can take notes and be able to respond to us. So at least we have a response before December so we can have it in the agenda for the December meeting.
Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want to make a comment about the importance to check on this, especially for the commercial fishermen when they need it for bait. And I will give you an example that we have last week. We have our commercial fishermen that can go out because they don't have bait. And then we need to start buying small mackerel imported to supply as bait. So we run around with the situation. We don't find our bait. We have over there, but we are not able to catch that on the way that we need it. And then we have to go back to the imported bait. So thank you.
Andy?
Yeah, a couple of clarifications on the list. With number 7, is that separate and distinct with what we're proposing in number 6, or are those one and the same? I'm reading them as accomplishing the same thing, but I want to confirm I'm not missing something. Are they duplicative?
Yeah, I agree with Andy. They're duplicative, and I think what happened was we made 6 more general.
Yeah.
And left 7 there. So I would recommend removing 7.
Okay. And then with Julian's comment about removing dolphin and wahoo, that's very specific. I think that's addressed with our first bullet, which is evaluating the species in the fishery management unit. So I just wanted to comment on that specifically.
So do we have anything else for the list?
I have a question that I wanted to, so this isn't directly related to reducing burdens, but I think it really does have a lot to do with how much we can provide the fishers and support, specifically focused towards like, you know, the management that they want to see happen. Currently, the rules regarding administration of like awards and the bureaucracy that we have to go through for things in the US Caribbean doesn't fit the area that we're in. Our agencies are generally small. They don't have the same administrative ability, and we have a lot of burdens that make it very difficult for us to really work directly with the fishermen, which is what this requires in an area like this. Are there aspects to, you know, the burdens that we have from administrative and bureaucratic rules that we can address through this executive order? Or is it something that maybe we should just continue to talk about and find other avenues, right? That's because I know for us, every time we get a new award, that's something else I have to administrate, and that takes time away from the things that they want to see. In addition, trying to get that money to fishermen to help with like doing the science, which they really want to see, is almost impossible, right? And so I think those are 2 things that we should, are there ways that we can look at that and address that under this EO, or maybe not? I mean, I don't know. Just food for thought.
Andy?
Yeah, so, and I've been thinking about this maybe a little bit different, but similar perspective, Sinai. So that could be if you wanted to add some challenges for the region, description of things that maybe aren't regulatory in nature, but burdensome that could go into this letter would be helpful. The other aspect, once again, it's not regulatory, is data collection, right? We are really challenged by data collection in this region. So acknowledging the importance of, we could better manage our resources if we had fishery independent monitoring or more port sampling, right? Expanding upon that, even though it's not something that we're going to be able to do around this table, that requires funding. Acknowledging those limitations and where we need help would be beneficial. Sinai, do you have input on what's being written over there?
Sorry, Sanaya, I just wanted to remember this is not going to go out like this, but as long as we have the right idea, we can develop. So I said, consider adding challenges for the region, including data collection and monitoring and the lack of infrastructure, which is what I think you have, or support for inspection to.
I would say manage and administer fisheries related funding.
Julian?
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. And to go along with what Andy was just saying, for the data, where we mentioned to create a form, a CCR for the trap alone, you know, because 90% or more of the St. Thomas, St. John landings are traps. And having the right form where we collect as much information, and then to go along with that, to have the port samples and everything else would help us greatly in our process. And that would improve where you set your annual catch limits, et cetera, et cetera. You would be able to say, well, maybe we can move this from a tier 4, eventually 5 years, 8 years, whatever it takes, to a tier 3. It's not impossible, but what makes it impossible right now is we don't have the data to support it. So that would be part of improving everything.
Carlos, are we agree with the language?
Yeah.
Do we need anything else that the council wishes to
Add
list
to it.
for the staff?
Okay,
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I guess we finish with this part of the agenda, and I think that the staff have enough guidance. Maria, Graciela, do you have any questions? No, we have enough.
Thank you. I think that's something that staff can work with. Obviously, this is a process. I would think that if there's anything else throughout the discussions that we will be doing, the council will be doing today, that the council would like to include in the list, I think that's something that can always be revised. We can go back to it tomorrow before the end of the day. We still have an afternoon and another one full day of discussion of different topics. So something may come up as a priority for the council.
okay. Sabater?
I don't see there the suggestion by Vanessa of having a way of being able to control the imports with the Vedas in Puerto Rico or in the United States, any place, you know, just to control the imports so that does not harm the commercial fishermen.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Sabater. So number 2 in letter B says regulate imports of species during their seasonal closures. For example, the availability of the species in markets during the closure. I think that addresses part of of what you are expressing, and that will be something that we can develop from there. Thank you for your input.
Okay. Continue with the agenda. 2025 annual catch limit monitoring, Andy?
So we can talk specifically spiny lobster or in general, all catch limit monitoring, Maria. Is it just spiny?
Give us one moment so we can bring up the information.
Well, yeah, we'll just speak to spiny lobster right now. Yeah, that's. wait for people to come back to the table.
Okay, thank you. This is Maria Lopez. I'm just going to give you a summary of the 2025 annual cash living monitoring for Puerto Rico stocks and stock complexes. NAMES evaluated the landings from Puerto Rico to determine any needed response to annual cash limit overages in 2025. Landings exceeded the ACLs for 3 reef fish stocks, which is Jax 1, which is Cribal Jack, Jax 3, which is Rainbow Runner, and Snapper 6 Cubera. However, the overages were determined to be from enhanced reporting, therefore no accountability measures are required. So that's for the reef fish. Landings of the pelagic fish stocks, Barracuda and Wahoo, exceeded their annual catch target and their ACL. The AM for pelagic fish stocks requires that NIMS and the council review the overage to determine if any corrective action is needed. However, at this time, as I mentioned earlier today, the council has not established a process for determining what, if any, corrective actions are necessary for ACT and ACL overages. So we can talk about that later this afternoon. And that's for the pelagic. Now for the spiny lobster, the ACL for the spiny lobster stock was exceeded, is 144% over the ACL, and NIMS determined that the exceedance was not attributed to improved reporting. So, and as a result, accountability measures will need to be implemented for the species. So that's the summary of the annual cash limit monitoring. I think, Andy, you would like to discuss some about the spiny lobster. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Maria. So we've had a lot of good conversations leading up to the meeting and even over lunch as early as today. So as Maria mentioned, we received landings data. Our most recent landings data indicates that the overfishing limit of 426,000 pounds for spiny lobster was exceeded. That triggers a determination of overfishing. We have an accountability measure then that would implement a federal waters closure of spiny lobster that works backward from September 30th. And if we don't have sufficient time in the year to close from going backwards from September 30th, then we implement the closure going forward after September 30th. That closure would be only in federal waters. Right now, we are working on a closure notice given the overage. With that said, kind of a great timely opportunity. We have a new stock assessment, CDR 91, that is pending. We had notified both the council that overfishing is occurring, and I had reached out to Puerto Rico DNER to ask for compatible regulations. There's been a lot of conversation around the actual assessment itself, some of the information and data that goes into that assessment. After talking with the Science Center and talking with Puerto Rico DNER, we think the most prudent course of action for Puerto Rico spiny lobster assessment is for the Science Center to work on developing some fishery dependent indices of abundance that come from the commercial sampling data that's collected by Puerto Rico. There seems to be indication that catch rates have been increasing over time, despite effort being fairly stable or level. And so that will help us better inform the stock assessment. That would mean that the SSC meeting in September, Miguel, would not review the Puerto Rico stock assessment, and we would wait until the new information is available from the Science Center. But we feel it's really important that we get this right in terms of this overfishing determination, how the catch limits are set, And so we think this new information needs to be explored. We don't obviously know what the outcome of that'll be, but we'll integrate it into the assessment. For St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, we don't see the same concerns with regard to the spiny lobster assessment. We don't expect that the status will be, overfishing for those islands. We need obviously to have the peer review done with the SSC and recommend that those assessments go forward for peer review in September. So I wanted to acknowledge all this because we were going to come here today to talk about really two things. One was, because you're overfishing, the Magnuson Act requires you to end overfishing immediately. It doesn't define immediately, but essentially it sets the council on a path that you have to work on an amendment to end the overfishing. We think that that's going to be best informed based on the stock assessment, right? We've already taken action to trigger the accountability measure. The second aspect of this, which I think is going to be important, and Maria will, be able to discuss here in a minute, is the accountability measure as designed is not really working, right? Because it closes federal waters, but it's not constraining catch. Now, you could argue that catch is set too low or it doesn't need to be constrained. But the reality is that without compatible, regulations from Puerto Rico or buy-in from fishers and Puerto Rico with regard to the accountability measure, we're not able to constrain the catch to the level that's specified for overfishing. And so we want to obviously look at something that would be an improvement to the accountability measure that everyone can be on board with, that we're going to cooperatively be able to develop, that goes beyond obviously the seasonal closure that only occurs in federal waters. So that's what we're really going to focus on today, with the need to come back and discuss the overfishing as soon as the CDR 91 stock assessment is made available. So I know there was a lot there. I want to just pause. Ricardo, we had lunch. I don't know if there's anything you'd love to add, or Kevin McCarthy sitting behind me with regard to the science and the overfishing determination.
So then one question, the accountability measure for the Spanish lobster, Puerto Rico in 2025, that would be postponed? Or are we forced to have that closure of dates beginning September 30 backwards?
So because right now we don't have a new assessment to tell us what's going on with spiny lobster, the accountability measure has been triggered. And so we have moved forward, obviously, the closure notice for consideration. Whether that gets implemented or not to be determined, right? But that's under review. So that's non-council action. In terms of the CDR 91 stock assessment, that would be pending the results and next steps by the council.
Yeah, because still confused by the fisherman asking the same question. Once we receive the letter, what is the next step? And they just wanted to have a yeah or nay. Are we going to be closing September 30 backwards, or we are talking about 2026?
So that would be an accountability measure that's implemented by the Fisheries Service this year. Anything that had happened in 2026 would be informed by the results of CDR 91 and the stock assessment and work that would be going on with the council in December and afterward.
So we can answer to them, 2025, yes, you have the accountability measures. 2026, it will be reviewed based on the discussion that we have today. Thank you.
Julian?
Well, I have many questions. Maybe I could get some clarifications today. Julia McGrath for the record. So the 426,000 pound limit, is that both recreational and commercial for Puerto Rico?
Commercial.
Okay, so I'm here looking over the 2018 document that was prepared by Bill Arnold when we was looking at the tier levels and the SYL, and I'm saying this because I would like some clarification. The SYL for spiny lobster was £924,968,000. And the ABC was set at £554,981,000. So that clearly tells me, and I remembered it, and I continue bringing it up at every meeting, and I still can't get a clear answer on the process of, it was said at that meeting that we were setting the annual catch limit at this amount. But if there were overruns, we would go back and revisit the data that was used to set the annual catch limit and make changes from there. It was set lower, and in the minutes of the 2018 SSC meeting, which took place in April of 2018, it stated in those minutes that if there was overruns, we would revisit, the SSC would revisit with NIMS, if I'm saying what the Southeast Fishery Science Center should say, to revisit and see if a different outcome, different annual catch limit can be set. We have never seen that in all the overruns that have taken place for Puerto Rico. What we have seen is accountability measures. From that same document, it shows on one of the slides the landings for Puerto Rico and the carapace length, which clearly identifies, from what I'm seeing, I'm not a scientist, but I'm a fisherman scientist, that because of the sizes of the carapace length, we have a very healthy fishery. And with that said, we're catching lobsters in the range of their carapace length from 3.5 all the way to almost 4.25. Those are, from me as a fisherman, that's lobsters that are ranging from 1.5 pounds all the way up to 4-pound lobsters. So we're not seeing the small lobsters. We're not seeing under the 3.5. What we are seeing is a healthy fishery that's been consistent from 1980 up to 2015. And this is why I continue asking. I'm fighting for my Puerto Rico fishermen because they've been getting hammered with this. And I think the reason why they're getting hammered with this is because the limit is set too low. Now, maybe it might be set correct, but I think that a directive should be given to the right person, which I think is the SSC, to review the documents and review those minutes from 2018 and see if something can be done. Go ahead,
Andy.
Yeah, and thanks for your comments, Julian. And so, a few things. So we have obviously had the SSC review CDR 57, the update assessment. They're going to review CDR 91. I think the bigger issue or question here is with regard to what the assessment is telling us and whether or not we can integrate these fishery dependent survey estimates into that assessment, because that could very well change the catch levels based on, the way that those catch rates are trending, and better inform, obviously, how those catch limits are set. And so that's essentially what I was discussing earlier, and what we've talked about with the center and with Ricardo and others, that there was information that was brought forward during the stock assessment process. It wasn't brought forward in a level of detail that could be readily used. There had to be more analysis and work to be done. But we feel like now is a good time to step back, really carefully take a look at that data and integrate it into this assessment, and then have the SSC do their review thereafter.
Julian?
Okay, that sounds great. So as it pertains to CEDA 91, on the CEDA website, it says right now that the final review, which is your external review outside of the SSC looking at it, this is a hired group of scientists that come in and look at all the information that was collected for the entire process. It says on the website that it has been canceled. Now, the DAP members have received an email said that the SSC is going to be the one to do the final review. And what I would like to know is in the CEDA process, where does it say that if they don't have the money to pay for the final review, which is an external review outside of the people who see the data every day, that the SSC should be tasked with the outcome of the review? So I'm just trying to understand so I can answer to my peers that process.
Kevin?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin McCarthy. So let me talk you through the CDAR process. Great question, Julian, because it's confusing. So in the CDAR process, let's say this is the first time we've done a stock assessment for species X. There's going to be a data workshop. Some of you have participated in those. There's going to be then a series, and there's decisions made at that data workshop. Then following that, there's a series usually of webinars. That's the assessment part of it, where you're talking about the modeling. Some of you participated in those. And then if this is a brand new species, you would have that, what's called the CIE review, the Center for Independent Experts. It's that those outside experts that come in and do the review. And at that point, that's the end of the CDAR process. You get a report from each one of those. The CIE, like the one we were at a couple of weeks ago for Yellowtail, they're going to write a report, and then that's the end of the CDAR process. And then always, it goes to the SSC, because the SSC can say, you know, CIE people, great job, we disagree. So at the end of the day, it's always the SSC that gets to say, we think this is useful for management or we don't. Not that the CIE isn't important. They're going to read those reports. It's going to be very informative. They are experts, no question about it. In the case of spiny lobster this time, for CDAR 91, we did the data workshop. We did the series of webinars for the modeling part. And then the decision was made, I think, primarily financial, but also because there were not a lot of changes to that assessment compared to 57. There weren't a whole lot of new data sources brought in, although we'll get to that in a second, and Andy's already spoken to it. So the decision was made way above my pay grade that we weren't going to do a CIE review. So the assessment workshop report was the final part of the CDAR phase. And then it goes to the SSC, just like it always would. We've just taken out that CIE review. Primarily because there were not a lot of differences in the way that stock assessment was run compared to 57 and the 57 update. What Andy just mentioned was, we think in collaboration with our DRNA colleagues that there is some additional data we can bring to the table for Puerto Rico specifically that may or may not change the result, but we certainly need to look at it. And I think it's still appropriate that the SSC be the reviewers of that. They're going to review it anyway, right? Ultimately, they're the final reviewers before it goes to the council, always. So the recommendation that I'm suggesting, and that I think Andy just put forward, is let's go ahead in September with the Virgin Islands. We'll do those two. Those are going to be hopefully non-controversial. It's essentially an update of what was done in 57. The results are essentially the same. But with Puerto Rico, we've got some additional analysis that we're gonna work on between now and whenever we get it done to get it right. And then the SSC would review that. So I hope that was helpful, but that's the process in a nutshell, and I think where we need to go with 91. And that would then inform the results or the decisions for the council to make in 2026.
Okay, well, I'm just asking these questions because the council voted on doing a terms reference that included an external review. So I'm learning the process as I go along, and I know how important the CIE report is because I experienced the one in 57. I was there. I just did the yellowtail and the stoplight parrotfish, where we saw what took place for 3 days with the models. Okay? Last day we got something figured out. But and that's my great concern. Here it is, we're gonna bring it again without that external review to the SSC, who has vetted this more than once. And I'm just concerned that sometimes someone from the outside looking sees something different than we see. And because it's part of the process, who made the decision, who made the actual decision not to do the peer review and send it straight to the SSC because of funding? That's a question I would like answered, and then I'll leave it alone until we have the meeting in September. Thank you.
Kevin?
Yeah, one follow-up, Julian. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer to that question. I just know it was at a much higher level than me, which you don't have to go very high up the ladder to be at a much higher level than me, but still, somebody farther up the chain who worries about those kinds of budgets made that call. I don't disagree with you, but what I will say in the case of CDR 91 spiny lobster in particular, we did have two both on the SSC, but recognized stock assessment experts, Jason Cope and Eric Williams. And that's kind of different than sometimes what you see in an assessment workshop. So not always during the assessment phase, even though it's the modeling part, and we're talking about those assessment models, not always do you have reviewers at that phase that are at the level of Jason and Eric. So there is that going for 91. So I'm pretty confident in their ability to take things in. And they both happen to be NOAA, but they're not going to pull any punches. Not those two guys. If they think we were on the wrong track, and they're part of the reason for them being involved is to get us on the right track. It's not to beat up on the model. It's like, hey, we think you're doing the wrong thing here. Let's try something else. So the whole process is meant to improve the thing, not just criticize. So I think in the case of 91, we're on a good path with that.
Okay, thank you.
Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. And thank you, Julian, to bring the point of Puerto Rico situation. Kevin, I just want to know for that number that you received about the spiny lobster for Puerto Rico, does that number only include the amount that is cash on federal waters, or is all with state waters?
It's the whole commercial landings. So wherever they caught it, it's part of the total.
Okay, and so knowing that practically 90% of our spiny lobster came from state waters, not only because the deep waters that are in the easy zone, also because the small boats and because most of our fishermen in Puerto Rico are divers. There's any way that we can divide those numbers to see how much is cash in federal waters?
I think some of those have been estimated. I don't know if it's completely always clear, but your number is about right. I think what some of the folks that looked into this found was it was about 7% in the EEZ. So it's pretty close to what you were saying.
Okay, I have been volunteer working with some of the sampling that have been made during the past years. And one of the things that I have in my mind is that I work and live since 2011 in one of the main ports of Puerto Rico for the lobster, especially spiny lobster. And what we saw is totally different about the amount of pounds that we move every day and between the numbers and quota that we have, especially because our divers, most of them are from state waters. But one of the things in sampling is that a couple of times I have requests why they are not sampling from the divers, and they are only sampling from the traps. So definitely the amount of lobster and also the size of those lobsters is going to be smaller than the size that we really receive daily. So every day we have 7, 8, up to 11 pounds sampling of lobsters for those size. And we know that many of the restaurants are not getting long or asking no more for the biggest one. They usually are asking up to 2 pounds, 3 pounds. So that's something that the divers also use when they are going for the Spiny lobster, because we already know as sellers that the restaurant don't want them. So is there any way that we can go back, review those numbers that we have? And because as Julian says, we are really low on the reality of our Spiny lobster in Puerto Rico and what we move daily. Thanks.
Yeah, just a
Kevin.
quick response. So one of the challenges when you're dealing with what we'd call fishery dependent data, right? Information coming from the fishery itself is caught up in the way the fishery operates, right? So if there is a desire to have a particular size of lobster, say, and you don't want it to be too big, you're limited to how small it can be by the regulations, that tends to give you sort of a size composition that kind of never changes, right? Because of the way the fishery operates and the demand. So size composition from the fishery may not be always the best indicator. It may just be flat. So what DRNA has found is the catch rate is going up. And so that's the thing that we want to look at, because that will, if we can work it all out, that will be a big informant to the model. And because there is what we call contrast. It's not just flat, it's doing something. And so that's going to be very informative for the model. That's what we're proposing to work with Ricardo's staff, with Danielle, to get it. Can we get the data in a way that's going to help inform the model? And so that's what we're going to try. And that's why we want this delay with the Puerto Rico assessment, so that we can thoroughly investigate that. And I think we have a good way forward. But you're right. What would be good is a fishery independent survey where where you've got divers, or we've got one going on right now that's a trap study where you're going to see the full range of sizes, because we're not worried about if you're doing a fishery independent survey, you don't care what the restaurant wants. You're just measuring everything that's out there. And that's the way to go with getting that complete size information. And that would be very helpful. And we're working on it. We've had about 18 months of sampling, and we're moving on to another year. And as long as the funding stays good, we're going to keep doing it. And that's based in Puerto Rico with the fishers.
Thank you for that, Kevin. I also want to mention for the record that after 2019 and 2020, we received the migration also from recreational fishermen that go and then make their license process to go commercially. So that also increased the numbers, and not only for the paper reports, also in the e-reporting. That's why also we are seeing the increasing. And I could say that we have, at least in coming back, the new generation of young fishermen, not only in the West Coast, also in the East Coast, and Vieques and Culebra Island. So those things are going to increase also the numbers, because we are bringing more people to the fishery. Thanks.
Kevin.
I swear it's the last thing. So just so that I give proper recognition, so Grisel Rodriguez, right, we're working with her on the recreational side. And if they bring back an animal, or they bring back anything that they caught in the ocean, they're measuring it and they're getting a count on it. So that includes lobsters from the recreational side. And the same is true with Sinai's group in the Virgin Islands, getting at the commercial and the recreational fleet and the for hire fleets. So if they're bringing it back, lobster, oysters, squid, whatever, they're getting a count and a measurement on it. And recall years ago when there was the MRIP, the MRF study, if it was a lobster, they didn't want to measure it. It was only fish. So this is a big improvement over that. So the data are starting to come together. I wish it was 5 years from now and then we'd have all that information, but we're building it now. And largely it's the local agencies that are doing all the work.
Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. First of all, Julian, thank you very much for the support of Puerto Rico Fishers. Thank you to Jesus Rivera for the support. There has been weeks of hard reading. I never read so much minutes in my life. So to get this through, and we prepared a letter that I want to read for you. Member of the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council. Considering a recent executive order from the President of the United States promoting the fishing industry, it is paradoxical that we are currently discussing the potential implementation of accountability measure for spiny lobster. I sincerely hope we are not disregarding a presidential directive, especially when the available evidence does not support the notion that spiny lobster is a risk of overfishing. Since 2019, the number of commercial fishers has increased significantly, largely due to job displacement caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Puerto Rico has lost approximately 1 million residents due to hurricanes, earthquakes, and worsening economic situation exacerbated by this disaster and the pandemic. This results in a reduction in price for lobster because there's more lobster than people buying. For that reason, lobster fisher has to reduce the volume of lobster harvested per trip to avoid market saturation, which would severely impact their income. Unfortunately, we continue to face long-lasting challenges in fisheries management. The increase in fishers has not been matched by a corresponding increase in enforcement personnel. We lack clarity on the impact of the correction factor on total lobster catch, whether it positively or negatively affect the stock assessment. Enforcement remains a critical issue, and while we now have an electronic data collection system that have improved the reporting of fishing trips, it does not fully address these system gaps. Concerns about the accuracy of the annual catch limit have persisted since CEDAR 57 assessment and its 2022 update. The ACL was notably lower than those calculated between 2011 and 2020. Key issues include the absence of local biological data, unreliable abundance index, and underestimated recruitment rates. Despite this concern, the decision was made to proceed with the assessment. The SSC recommend a new assessment, CEDAR 91, incorporating update, age, and growth data, and a trap study by Dr. Jedamki. However, it is unclear whether this data was included, and rejectably, the review process has been canceled. This leaves us with only one path forward, demonstrating improved data collection and monitoring by NIMS. Fisher have consistently support the council initiative, including new management plans, regulatory compatibility, and even promoting elimination of certain fishing gear to protect the marine species and ecosystems. However, the only guaranteed outcome of implementing an accountability measure under current conditions is an increase in imports, which benefit large importers while harming the socioeconomic of the fishing communities. It risks eroding trust between fishers, scientists, and managers, potentially compromising catch reporting, scientific collaboration, and most concerning the credibility and support of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council to the fishing community. Given that, according to CIRO, only 4% of the spiny lobster catch occur in federal waters, and 96% in state water. I strongly believe that these species should be managed at the local level. I hope these measures are not part of a hiding agenda aimed at restricting our livelihoods through closure or other accountability mechanisms. To be absolutely clear, Puerto Rico lobster fishers do not support enacting more intrusive regulation that will lead to economic hardship for our local fishing industry without rigorous and clear scientific evidence to support such regulation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Crespo. Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Carlos. So this has been a good discussion and appreciate all the comments around this. So I think we have a path forward for the science right now in terms of CDR 91. My recommendation is Maria go through a quick discussion of the accountability measures, and then we can kind of wrap this up and take a break before we move on to the next topic, if you're good with that.
Maria?
Thank you. Okay. All right. So, no, this is the wrong one. So if you can please put the accountability measures for the spiny lobster. Okay, can you go to the next slide, please? So some of the topics that I was planning to discuss in this presentation in the first few slides had to do with the overfishing determination, but that is something that Andy Strelchek already discussed in terms of what are the council responsibilities and NIM's responsibilities. So I'm just going to focus at this time with the second bullet here, annual catch limit overages, accountability measures, and NIMS and council responsibilities. And this is kind of like an outline. This is going to be a short presentation. What are the current AMs and why are they not working for the Puerto Rico spiny lobster, and what needs to be done? We can consider some options to change AMs. We can consider also additional management measures to end overfishing, which is something that we will set aside for now, right? Because we're waiting for CDR 91. And other ongoing stock assessment, which we already discussed in the new catch advice that is expected from there. So this is meant to start the conversation. We're going to be we can go to the next slide. And then let's move to the next one. This is overfishing, what I talked about earlier that Andy already discussed. Can we go to the next one? Next one. And the next. I apologize for that. Okay, let's stay here. Stay here. Okay, so this is basically a summary of what are the responsibilities and the requirements for annual cash limit and accountability measures. So Section 303A.15 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires the FMP to establish a mechanism for specifying ACLs at a level that ensures overfishing does not occur in the fishery, including measures to ensure accountability. So what did we do for that? For spiny lobster, the ACL is based on the combined federal and territorial landings reported by Puerto Rico commercial fishermen, and NIMS uses those data to monitor landings relative to that reference points. The ACLs for Puerto Rico were first established in 2012 and then revised in the Puerto Rico FMP implemented in 2022. ACLs for spiny lobster were again revised through Framework Action 1, which was implemented in 2023, and later on through Framework Action 2, which was in 2024. In terms of annual catch limit monitoring, commercial landings for spiny lobster in Puerto Rico are not monitoring season, only post-season. Recreational landings are not currently monitored or reported. The commercial and recreational sectors are managed under a stock ACL and a post-season accountability measure for the entire stocks. That means that that AM applies for the whole entire stock, recreational and commercial sectors. The commercial landings are provided by the Puerto Rico Department of Natural Environmental Resources, and we know that they experience a 1 to 2 year delay in availability. Puerto Rico landings are adjusted using an expansion factor, which is determined by the DNER, which is based on intercept sampling of commercial fishermen. Next slide. So why are we discussing the spiny lobster today? Well, the MSA, or the Magnuson-Stevens Act, requires that AMs be established for all federally managed stocks. These AMs are management controls to prevent ACLs from being exceeded and to correct or mitigate overages of the ACL if they occur. Now, as we know, AMs are separated into two parts: the trigger, which is what activates the AM, and the application, which is the corrective actions that is applied because the ACL was exceeded. So this is what the current AM for spiny lobster says. For spiny lobster stocks, the most recent 3-year average landings are compared to the average ACLs during that same time period. If the average landings exceed the average ACL and the exceedance is due to increased catch and not enhanced reporting, then NIMS will reduce the length of the fishing season within the current fishing year by the amount necessary to prevent average landings from exceeding the ACL for the current fishing year. Now, as you all know, that AM-based closure only applies in federal waters of Puerto Rico, around Puerto Rico, which is 9 to 200 nautical miles. You also know that the vast majority of harvest occurs in state waters, which remain open to harvest of spiny lobster. The issue is that applying an AM that closes harvest in federal waters is not sufficient to fully constrain total spiny lobster landings to the applicable ACL, and as you know too, that unless there are compatible regulations in state waters. Now, let's go to the next slide. So this slide is just to show you, I know we cannot see it very well, at least I can't. It's just to show you the comparing the landings that come from federal, state, and unknown areas for a period of 2012 and 2023, with the blue being federal waters, which is the less amount, then state waters, which is the green, and then unknown, which is, as you can see, there is more landings that are unknown at the end, and this is because there are some issues with the e-reporting that they are not capturing. The landings that come from the e-reporting, they are not capturing what is where the lobster is being landed. So this is just to give you an idea of the discrepancies among the three areas in terms of where lobster is being reported that is being fished from. Next slide. Now, in this slide, we wanted to show you the ACL overages that happened in recent years. So we have in 2016, it was closed for the fishery in federal waters was closed for 22 days. In 2017, it was closed for 24 days. In 2019, there was no closure due to hurricane recovery. In 2020, there was no closure due to pandemic and earthquakes. In 2021, the fishery was closed 40 days. In 2022, it was closed 81 days. In 2024, there was no closure due to delays in data. And in 2025, which is currently the 3-year average of the most recent commercial landings of Puerto Rico spiny lobster exceeded the 3-year average of the applicable ACLs, which is what Andy explained to you earlier. And that exceedance was attributed to increases in harvest rather than to improve data collection of monitoring. However, if you see this based on current harvest patterns, it is expected that landings will continue to exceed the applicable ACL under current regulations. And this is something that we have been discussing throughout the whole entire day for all of the reasons that the council has been mentioning and participants have been mentioning throughout the day. So let's go to the next slide. Now, National Standard 1 guidelines state that if the ACL is exceeded more than once in a 4-year period, then the system of ACLs and AMs should be reevaluated and modified as necessary to improve its performance and effectiveness. Because of the recent overages of the ACL, in addition to time lags in receiving the commercial landing data, the council and NIMS need to consider new management measures and alternatives to the current AM to ensure that ACLs are not exceeded on a regular basis. Now, let's keep in mind, as we talked earlier, that CDR 91 for Puerto Rico, San Croix, and St. Thomas is currently in progress, and that if accepted for management use, the result from that CDR 91, including an updated ACL, would be considered as best scientific information, again, if accepted for management for the spiny lobster stock, and could be incorporated into an amendment to each one of the FMPs. So we also talked that, as Andy mentioned earlier, that for Puerto Rico, for the U.S. Virgin Islands, the SSC will be discussing the assessment in September, and then there were going to be other information that is going to be reviewed for the CEDAR 91 for Puerto Rico, and then it will be reviewed later on for the SSC. So many of the things that need to be done with the spiny lobster are going to be pending, right? That the results or what comes and what information comes from the CEDAR 91. However, as you see from this slide and from the discussion that we have been having, we have a responsibility to revise the system of AMs to improve the effectiveness. So give me one moment here. Okay, go to the next slide, please. Okay, so based on all the discussions that we have been having today, so rather than presenting options to modify both the trigger and a corrective action, we would like to hear from the council ideas on how to address the issue. And we're talking specifically about the issue for the accountability measures, knowing that the assessment is out there, right? So we wanted to put this out there, and this is what this slide is showing is potential options to modify the trigger. Is that right now, you know that the trigger is when the average landings from the most recent 3 years exceed the average ACLs in place during those years, and it is determined that is due to increased catch and not enhanced reporting. And I'm not talking about the action that is implemented, the corrective action. I'm talking about what triggers, what creates that those events that right now, the way that it is said, it closes the fishery. So this slide is showing you, like it says, number one, no action, what we currently do right now. And it has some pros and then some cons that you already know of. So one of the good things about this one is it's already established. We don't have to do anything else. However, one of the things that doesn't work for it is that if landings data are not available in a timely manner, then the monitoring occurs later in the year and may not be able to constrain landings as needed. As you know, we were recently only able to obtain the data in a way that we could use for monitoring just recently. So that means that if there is a closure, we only have a certain amount of time that could be used for disclosure, you know, for until the end of the year. So, and that is not ideal. It may not be, that amount of time may not be enough to constrain landings as needed. Another option that the council could consider is trigger an AM if the ACL is exceeded using that trigger that we have in process, and which is the exceedance of the average of the landings, and the fishery dependent abundance trend, that means it could be size composition or CPUE, is declining over the same time period. So you have two things in here, and that fishery dependent abundance trend, you know, based on the information that we would have available, and this is something that will require the IPT to work with the Science Center and the Department of Natural Environmental Resources to determine what information is available. It would be an opportunity to include information that comes from the fishery that could help explain why those landings are declining over the time period that it's been evaluated. So what are the pros of this option? It uses additional data to inform the trigger that may better reflect the actual condition and trends of the spiny lobster population. What are the cons of this option? That fishery-dependent data for spiny lobster is limited, may be insufficient, or may not be timely, or similarly, annual differences in lobster size might not be substantial due to existing limits. So this is just an option of something that could be done instead of the current process that we have, something that can be added to it that would consider that information that may already be out there, that may have already been collected, that could be utilized for this AM process. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, just go to the next slide, please. as I mentioned earlier, rather than going through a document and putting out there options to like what to do instead of closing the fishery the way that we're doing it, because we know this is a conversation that needs a little bit more discussion than just throwing options in there, right? We need to take this opportunity to, as a council, discuss what would you like to see, understanding that we do have a responsibility to implement accountability measures, but those accountability measures have to make sense. They have to work to constrain those landings, and the way to do this it is something that we'll have to discuss. So I think the next step will be for an IPT to amend the FMP to address. Obviously, there's going to be a part that will be addressing the CDR 91 stock assessment. Whatever that comes out of it, if there's management advice that would prompt for changing, for modifying reference points. And maybe in that same amendment, we can adjust AMs to, like I said, something that will work better for this fishery. The council can also discuss a timeline for the development of the action and options to be included in the amendment. Are there any options you would like to consider for addressing overfishing? We already talked about overfishing. There are several tools that are in the management toolbox that can be discussed. However, I think that it's something that we can keep in mind, but let's wait until the CDR 91 continues its course and it's discussed, etc. But in terms for the accountability measures, are there additional ideas you have for adjusting accountability measures? So that's what we would like to, this was discussed today. This was a short presentation, just something that we need to consider, keep in mind, and aligns very well with everything else that we have been discussing about the spiny lobster. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maria, I got two questions. Can you go back to the table that you present? Sí, the table, la bajita. You said that the gray ones are from not. Can you explain me about the gray ones?
Unknown.
Hi, this is Sarah. I'll take a stab at that. So when we get the data, I've noticed that the e-reported landings, the package that we get, though that data field is not filled out, it's just blank. So that means when we're making graphs like this, we just code it as unknown. But in talking to Vanessa, I've realized that that information is available. I just need to work with the Science Center to make sure that the chunk of data that we get that we then crunch has that information. So I think it's available. It just wasn't at the time that we prepared this graph. So it's likely going to turn out that those gray bars are probably green, but we just need to work on that.
Yeah, thank you, because it's weird to me because we use often the electronic reporting, and if you don't fill all the requirements on each page, they do allow you to pass to the next step. So I think that, how you say, that information have to be available. And can you go to the last slide? Regarding the planning teams, who's going to be part of that team if it's established?
Yeah, so the planning team is something that is created every time that there's an action, an amendment to a fishery management plan, okay? So the interdisciplinary planning team is composed from staff from NIMS and from the council. It's usually from NIMS, we have a plan coordinator, which in the case of the Caribbean would be either Sarah or myself, will be composed of somebody from the general council, which will be Anne or Kate. We will have somebody from, we will have OLE, which usually, Miguel Borges or one of his colleagues. It will be either Graciela or Lehigh from the council. We will have an economist, which will be an economist from NOAA Fisheries Zero and an economist from the council. a social scientist from NIMS and another one from the council. We have somebody from NOAA Fisheries Protected Resources, somebody from NOAA Fisheries Habitat Conservation, and this is because many of the actions that involve change in management measures may or may not have effects either in protected species or in habitat, etc. Depending on the action, we may have people from different ones too. Am I missing somebody? And then we will have a regulations writer also from the NOAA Fisheries team. This is not something that is created. This is something that comes that we always do whenever there is an amendment. So, and the idea for the IPT, sorry I want to say a couple more things. So the IPT has the task to take the information that comes from the council, the mandates from the council. The council said, let's start working on an options paper. We want the option papers that include this and that, or bring me back some actions. Then we start with that. We all sit down, we discuss, we go through whatever the council discuss, and then we start developing options. And as part of the options, we also analyze what are the environmental effects of each one of those options. And then we bring all of that back to the council, including the economic analysis, social analysis, et cetera, based on the information that we have. And we also, I'm sorry, I forgot to say, we also have science center, scientists from the science center, I apologize for that, within this process. And then they also review the information and the data and provide the data that we will be using. So we will have access to the data that is provided by the DNER or the DPNR provided by the science center. And then we bring all of that. Whenever you see us with a presentation here saying option 1, these are the pros, these are the cons, or these are the effects, all of that came from an IPT. And the idea is to bring everything in front of the council so that the council can make an informed decision by weighting all of the different effects.
Thank you. External people cannot be part of that team?
No, this is a team that it's part of the NOAA Fisheries in the council. However, the council benefits from input from their advisory panels and from persons from the public, right? So that's why there's the district advisory panels and the SSC, and they provide recommendations to the council so that they can incorporate that into to their documents. And they also have public comments, and the public can comment on anything, and all of those things are considered by the IPT when they're creating the document.
Thank you.
What's next? The next steps? Oh, Andy?
Yeah, so you've heard obviously some ideas with regard to the accountability measure trigger. We thought that would obviously at least be beneficial, not only looking at landings data, but trends in the fishery. So if you're okay with that, or if you have other ideas, we'd like to hear that. And then if you would want us to proceed, we would, want a motion essentially to establish the IPT and move forward with an accountability measures amendment. The one other thing I'll add is I think it would be worth, so right now, because of the timing of when we get the Puerto Rico DNER data, that any sort of accountability measure, rather than being triggered in the fishing year in which we are getting that data, because it often comes in middle to 2/3 the way through the year, that we actually started it on January 1 in terms of any accountability measures, or implement the accountability measure for the following year on January 1. So just suggest that for consideration. We don't have to obviously adopt that, but I think it's worth evaluating from a timing perspective.
Right.
Maria, Sarah, can I just ask a question? You indicated we don't believe that the trigger is being caused by increased reporting. Do we have a good idea from the landings data and trends what is triggering the overfishing? Is it increased landings and it's been a trend that we're seeing with an increase in landings occurring regularly, right?
Right. And so that's obviously why CDR 91 is important, because is that trend in landings increasing because more people are going on harvesting lobster and they're more abundant, right? And is the abundance up because of increased recruitment or other factors? So we need to obviously understand all that because our catch limits could be set too low relative to the current size of the population, and we're triggering an overfishing determination simply based on the catch limit being exceeded or the overfishing limit being exceeded.
So, Ricardo.
Yes, Ricardo for the record. Dr. Senay, I want to answer part of your question. Yes, it could be triggered because we are getting close to the ACL. But also what I discussed with Kevin and Andy is that it also could be triggered because the ACL is not well calculated. And that is my concern, that the basic statistic to calculate the ACL, one of it is an abundance estimate. And as far as I know, we don't have an abundance estimate of the deep water and all the habitats that we have in Puerto Rico in federal waters. I can understand that in the past, we didn't have the technology to do that. I guess that now with the different robot types of machines and the new technology, the RVs and all that, we can do an effort to start calculating and studying the habitat of the lobster deeper, where we don't have divers. We cannot use cage traps, and that is an unknown for us. We don't know how many lobster do we have in the complete habitat. So what I'm asking for is for a better representative sample of the abundance, mostly. Thanks.
I got Sabater and Kevin.
In these samplings, I know I used to dive. I used to remember we used to use a spear gun to get, now you have to use a nozzle. Now, when did we change the way we measure from pounds to specimen? And like she was saying, now we choose what we want to get. We don't get what is not going to be sold. So is our data that we have is in the same page as how the fisherman is collecting his specimen to be sold? Are they letting the big ones stay there and just taking the little ones? And that's why these big ones are reproducing more. So we have more lobster now than before. And then our limits are too low. I think that's something that we should check out to see if our data is correct.
Kevin?
Miguel, did you want to respond to that? Okay. So a couple things going back to Sinai's question. So the straightforward way to say, is it better reporting, is to look at the reporting forms back in the day when we set the ACLs, and I was on the SSC when that happened. We had landings from that time that may or may not have had the species on the form. And if the species was not on the form back then when the ACL was set, it was likely set too low, right? Because it entirely relied on write-ins for that species. So if it wasn't on the form then and it's on the form now and they exceeded the ACL, that's better reporting. Anything else, we don't know. Getting at Ricardo's comments, and we spoke about this at lunch too, but just for the group, with the fishery independent trap survey that we have ongoing now in Puerto Rico, the intent is to sample all lobster habitat, deep, shallow, wherever we are likely to have lobster habitat. And as far as the fishers would have to answer if they're doing any sort of grading on the boat and putting the large lobsters back because there's no market for them. That's what I hear. But they're better qualified to answer that than I am. But the tip sampling should be, so the dockside sampling for sizes should be getting a representative sample of everybody who's coming in. It shouldn't matter what the gear is. They're not sampling absolutely everybody, but they should be sampling a representative way. And as my understanding is that's what's happening. But if the fishers are grading to get a particular size range of lobsters, then that's what they're going to see. But fishery independent sampling should allow for all sizes of lobsters that are occurring in the population to be sampled, because they're going to measure everything they catch because they're not worried about selling it.
Miguel?
Yeah, I have exactly that question for Kevin. When do you think that report of that study will be available? 2026, 2023?
Which study are we talking
The
about?
one that you mentioned, the survey.
Oh, so that's going to be ongoing. So we have the results from the first year, which probably the first round of sampling maybe took about 18 months. And that was just to set up and deal with the logistics of working with the fishers and getting everybody out there. So we didn't have a standardized trap design. They could fish whatever they wanted. We just wanted to get it going. Now there's a standardized trap design agreed to by all the fishers. In fact, they designed it. So everybody's using the same design. We have a standard trap that has the regulation size mesh, and then we have another trap that has smaller mesh with the intention of catching the small lobster, because the whole idea is to have a recruit index. You know, which lobsters, with these small lobsters next year or in 2 years are going to molt and be legal size. So we're trying to get a recruit index. So that's the first year that is happening now. So they're building the traps, or maybe they're already built. Once we get through hurricane season, they're going to put them in the water, and we'll get our first true survey year in. So, but we do have information from the survey. It was incorporated into CDAR 91 for the size composition, because they measured everything that came on the boat. But we didn't have a standard trap then, so it's not exactly part of the time series yet. But it is providing useful information that was included in the assessment.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, my point is that until we have that information, we're stuck with action one. So we want to make sure that everybody understands that we need to abide by the law, the regulation that we have so far. And one of the reasons we have this issue with the ACL is because the fishermen, they said they only report 50% of what they catch. And I had that on record from the DAP in Puerto Rico. And they were laughing about it, but you're going to be shooting yourself in the foot. Okay, we have that. So option two, we need to have that report or a similar report in order for us to move forward with that option two. When we had the first management plan of the spiny lobster, we compare the data that was collected by Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, that was sent to the Fisheries Science Center for report. And also we have a biologist fisher who took the areas around Puerto Rico that had habitat that could be used by lobster that were already at the first age in the fishery, the age of the fish, the size of the lobster that can be caught by the fishing gear. It's amazing because he came within a few pounds to the same maximum sustainable level that we got. At that time was a member of the task team for the spiny lobster. But that's a long time ago. I don't think that we can use that approach again, although it could be used to hire somebody, get the habitat that is available for lobster, and see if we can have an estimate of the availability of lobster. Also, you guys discussed this some years ago, and 5 fishers who visit our office committed themselves to catch the lobster. Actually, they were catching but sent all the information to a fishery research laboratory. Carlos Velasquez was the first one who did it. They sent the information to the laboratory, and then he's still waiting for the report. Something happened, it disappeared. And at that time, we have 3 of the top catchers of fish, fishermen in Puerto Rico, and they all agree that the size that they had was way beyond the 3.5 carapace length. And they were saying that the abundance of the lobster indicated to them that it was a healthy fishery. So anyway, all this is to make sure that for the record, this is a process that we're having, but probably in 2026, we will have another closure unless we have better information that will address the issue that we have now with the AM. So 2025, we had the AM in Puerto Rico. 2026, unless we have some more information and the situation is similar to what we have here, we will have another closure in the EEC in 2026. So I don't want to rain in anybody's parade, but we have to be mindful about the regulations, the information that we have and we can do.
Okay. So are we gonna do this motion to create an ITP or IPT for CEDAR stock, CEDAR 91? I didn't hear you.
So Christina, Leah, can you just leave up the presentation with the 2 options on the screen for a minute for just discussion?
Tonight.
So, I mean, based on the available data, it doesn't seem to me like option 2 would be likely. Like, I don't know if we have enough from either fisheries dependent or independent to develop, you know, that way of monitoring the trigger for the AM. So, you know, I think it would be difficult and may not really be an appropriate way of identifying if that's looking at the population. And, you know, if we're going with the best available science to make our management decisions, I really don't, I have not been able to come up with another AM that we could enact. So based on what's available to us, I think no action would likely be the best available option. I would also recommend, though, if we are going with that we take Andy's recommendation to move the accountability measure to the following year, given how long it takes to compile the data from the dependent monitoring to make that, you know, identification of the AM being triggered.
Andy?
Yeah, so the size composition data is obviously more readily available for use. I agree in terms of a catch per unit effort index for Puerto Rico, that's under exploration, right? So that's something that may be viable. We're not certain. You know, I think it's something that the IPT could continue to explore, and we could come back to you in December or April of next year, depending on timing, and advise on whether we think that is something the Science Center, SSC, others would recommend moving forward with or not. But I don't think I'd want to eliminate it right now if we can figure out something. And then we're not suggesting changing the accountability measures for USVI at this point, right? It'd just be for Puerto Rico.
Kevin?
So I would remind everyone, we've got fishery dependent abundance trend up there, but we do, right now, the one fishery independent survey that we've got that is a sufficient length of time is the NCRIP dive survey, right? That's been used in, they don't look at lobster, but they look at reef fish. So in all of the recent assessments of fish, that has been included as part of the data for analysis. And they look at a whole lot of different species, and many of them are not managed, but many of them are. So there may be abundance trend data there. It's fishery independent, which in some ways is an advantage compared to fishery dependent, because we've talked about it a little bit, but it is another data source that could be considered. It's not going to work for everything, but it could work for some. I would also point out that, as I mentioned earlier today, CDAR 103 is looking at different ways to analyze the available data. And I know that, when we talk here in the Caribbean, especially me, things are almost there, or they're almost there. And I know that's frustrating. But, the Gulf has a lot of these things in place, but they didn't 30 years ago. So they were at the almost there stage too. And that's kind of where we are for a lot of things. A lot of things are coming online. It doesn't solve your immediate problem, but there is this review that's going to happen in the next year. It's scheduled for next spring. So we'll have some recommended ways to provide additional information for this council. But one that is already online is the NCRIP data, the dive survey data. So that's another thing to look at. So whether or not you want to leave it as fishery dependent abundance trend or make that more general, that's up to you, but that information is there. Again, won't be informative for everything, but it will be for some species.
Andy?
Well, I'd like to make a motion unless there's questions. All right, motion would be to develop an amendment to the USVI and Puerto Rico FMPs to address the CDAR 91 stock assessments. And modify Puerto Rico accountability measures for lobster, for spiny lobster.
Just so we don't need to identify a specific action to take in terms of AMs between 1 or 2 at this moment. All right.
I mean, if there's anything that you are opposed to that wouldn't want to be considered at this point, then we'd like to hear that now, but otherwise we'll bring back a options paper or a draft amendment that you can consider further.
I need a second before we discuss. Is there a second to the motion?
Sanaya Aptis, I second.
Okay, the motion is to develop an amendment to the USVA and PRFMPs to address the CDAR 91 stock assessment and modify Puerto Rico's accountability measures for spiny lobster. Motion by Andy, second by Sinai. Discussion, Julian.
Just a suggestion, Julia McGrath for the record, I think it should be 2 separate motions. The Puerto Rico issue should be the Puerto Rico issue, and then the FMPs should be the FMPs. At least, I think it would read clearer. I don't know how you guys feel. Just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Actually, you don't need one, as long as council desire is already comply there. You can go either way, but this one, you're saying to do an amendment to USVI and Puerto Rico, those will be separate. Remember, the amendments go to each one of the FMPs that we have. We cannot have an amendment for everything. So what you're saying here is that you have to look at the USVI, Puerto Rico, and in the case of USVI, you have St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, and Puerto Rico. Those three plans have to be considered for any possible amendments. Y hay Spiny lobster minúscula. Any further discussion?
Any further discussion? Okay, we'll roll call vote. Roberto?
What is your question again? Aye or nay? Aye.
Sanaya Aptis, aye.
I abstain.
Vanessa Ramirez abstain.
Andy Strelchak, yes.
Carlos Pacheco, yes. Two abstain for you. Maria? Oh, okay, so we have two abstentions, 4 yes. No, any nays? Hearing none, motion carries. Maria?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify what this means in case there's some questions. So the amendment to the St. Thomas, St. John FMP and the St. Croix FMP and the Puerto Rico FMP to address the CEDAR 91 is because when the CEDAR 91 assessment is reviewed by the SSC, and if there is a recommendation that the results from the assessment are acceptable for management advice, that means that new reference points are going to come from after that, and then new ACLs, right? That at the end that the council recommends. So that will need an amendment to be amendment to be developed so those numbers can be implemented. Okay, so that's one thing. And the other thing is that we were just discussing that the council needs to modify the accountability measures for the spiny lobster for Puerto Rico so they can better constrain catches to the ACL based on the discussion that we had before. So the CEDAR 91 is going to be, this is just a recap, CEDAR 91 is going to be discussed by the SSC for the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix in September. And then there are going to be other processes that are going to be done with the data. Science Center is going to be working with that in CEDAR. And then that means that the SSC is not going to be looking at the Puerto Rico in September, but later on. So I just want to be bringing that to your attention so you know what to expect and what staff is going to be working on. And also we are going to be working on, the IPT is going to be working on an options paper related to accountability measures, of course, taking into consideration to what's coming from the CEDAR 91. Thanks.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break. Okay. Oh, before I do that. Alrighty. So next thing on the agenda is the discussion on potential options for revising accountability measures for pelagic species in the U.S. Caribbean federal waters. Ciro.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is the last presentation of the afternoon. We're going to be talking about modification of accountability measures for stocks, pelagic stocks that are managed under each one of the Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, and St. John and St. Croix fishery management plans. Next slide. So why is the council discussing accountability measures for pelagic stocks? As you know, the pelagic stocks under each one of the FMPs are new to federal management. For Puerto Rico, these stocks, the pelagic stocks that are federally managed include dolphin fish, pompano dolphin fish, wahoo, little tuni, blackfin tuna, king mackerel, zero mackerel, great barracuda, and the triple tail. For St. Croix and in St. Thomas, St. John, under each one of the FNPs, the pelagic species that are managed under those plans are just dolphin fish and wahoo. So the council relied on existing landings data to develop management reference points for pelagic fish included in those FNPs. Now, during the reference period of landings that was used to set those reference points, the data collection for some of those stocks may have been less complete, likely missing key temporal and spatial variations in the fisheries. Because of that reason, the council used a different approach to setting accountability measures for pelagic stocks until a more complete understanding of these important fisheries is obtained. And here I'm singling out economic and cultural considerations because those are things that are very important in this fishery for this particular species. So next slide. I am on the wrong one. Hold on. Excuse me. Okay, so as required under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, Section 303, A15, FMPs need to establish a mechanism for specified ACLs, which we already did in the island-based FMPs, at the level that ensures overfishing does not occur in the fishery, including measures to ensure accountability. So how were the annual catch limits determined for this species? They were based on the combined federal and territorial landings reported by each of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands for commercial fishermen. These ACL for pelagic stocks were first implemented in 2022, as I mentioned, through the fishery management plans, island-based fishery management plans. What are the accountability measures for the pelagic stocks, the ones that are effective right now? What is the trigger and the application? So the council established an annual catch target that would serve as the AM trigger, meaning that once that ACT is exceeded, NIMS and the council will determine corrective action. However, as I mentioned earlier today, no corrective actions are identified in the regulations, so there is a need for the council to specify AM corrective actions when an ACD overage occurs. Next slide. Okay, so talking a little bit more about the current AM's triggers for pelagic stocks. The ACT was established to address uncertainty in the landings of these species, all of which are new to management and are consistent with the National Standard 1 guidelines of the Magnuson-Stevens Acts. So that ACT serves as a target below the ACL, but it provides stability for fisheries that are apt to fluctuate around a target catch rate. The ACTs for each one of these pelagic stocks in all three FMPs were set at 90% of the applicable ACL and serve as the AM trigger. Again, the AM would be triggered if the applicable landings, for example, sectored landings as available, that's for Puerto Rico, exceed the applicable ACT for that stock or stock complex. So in the case of Puerto Rico, I just wanted to note that when landings for one sector are not available for comparison to that sector's ACL and ACT, The ACL and ACT for the sector with the available landings are the ACL and ACT for the stock or stock complex. Basically, that's the one that we are going to be using for monitoring purposes. Next slide. Okay, so this is how the annual catch monitoring process for pelagic species goes. So the first step is that as soon as landings are available each year, Zero, the Southeast Regional Office, compares each pelagic stock or complex landings to the applicable ACT. If landings are less than the ACT, then there's no corrective action. If the landings exceed the ACT, then NIMS notify the council of the overage. The next step is that although it is not required by the AM, that is not specified in our regulations, we'll still do it. Zero staff sends a summary memo listing those pelagic stocks with ACT overage to the Science Center for their review, the same way that they conduct reviews for reef fish and spiny lobster. And then the next step, NIMS and the council discuss and determine appropriate corrective action, which is something that we are asking the council at this time to make decisions on. Okay, next slide. So let's go to the issue. Need for the council to specify corrective actions when an AM is triggered. The recent monitoring of pelagic species landing has triggered AMs for some species. If you recall earlier today, I mentioned that for 2025, there were 2 pelagic stocks in Puerto Rico that went over their ACT and their ACL. No corrective actions has been taken to date because there are no specific correction actions currently identified in the regulations. Note that for many of these stocks, both the ACT and the ACL were exceeded, which may emphasize the need to review the use of an ACT as to whether it is serving its purpose. That is, we have an ACT that will be a buffer before the ACL is exceeded, and many of the cases, that ACT has been exceeded too. So that's something that the council may want to review if the ACT is fulfilling its purpose, serving its purpose. Commercial landings of pelagic stocks in Puerto Rico and the USBR are not monitoring season, only post-season. These are some of the things that contribute to that we need to keep in consideration when determining corrective actions. That recreational landings are not currently monitored or reported for federal management. Commercial landings experience a 1 to 2 year delay in availability for federal management use. And then the council may want to consider removing the ACT and use the ACL as the trigger for the pelagic AM or implementing other management measures that may constrain harvest to the ACT or ACL. For instance, NIMS recently implemented new size limits for dolphin and wahoo that may be sufficient to constrain catches to the ACT and or ACL. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Just want to show you in this next slide, this is a summary of ACL monitoring for pelagic stocks, many of them that exceeded the ACT or the ACL since the implementation of the island-based FMPs. And if you see the first column is 3 species, dolphin for St. Thomas, barracuda for Puerto Rico, and wahoo for Puerto Rico. And the year when the determination was made are 23, 24, 25. The year of landings evaluated, the applicable landings in pounds, the applicable ACL, the applicable ACT, which is 10% less than ACL, and the percentage that the ACT went over, and the percentage of the ACL went over. And what I want to show in this graph is that if you see all of these 3 stocks, all of those 3 stocks not only went over the ACT, but most of them were over the ACL in almost all of the year, except for the wahoo in 2022. And this is what we were mentioning earlier, that that's something that the council may want to consider continuing using the ACT. Okay, so next slide. So these are some options that present alternatives to the current AM that the council could consider for the stock to better address the ACL overages. So the first one says potential options if the ACT is exceeded. This is what we currently have. If the ACL is not exceeded, then no corrective action is required. If the ACL is exceeded, remember this is if the ACT is exceeded first and the ACL is exceeded as well, NIMS implements a corrective action as recommended by the council. If the corrective action is needed, NIMS would implement a corrective action as recommended by the council through an amendment to the FMP. What are the pros of that? That the AM could be implemented following the years of an average and would define a clear AM corrective measure without further consultation with the council. This is an option that we could do. It's a little bit different than what we have right now, because right now, what we have, if the ACT is exceeded, then the council will determine what corrective action to take, but nothing has been determined yet. In this option, if the ACL is exceeded, then there is a corrective action that will be already established in the regulations. So that there's not going to be any further consultation. It's something that can be decided right now. The cons of this one is that any delays in land use could limit how quickly an AM can be implemented following an average. This is the same issue that we have with monitoring of other species, depending on when the landings are available for monitoring. And changing corrective actions each year could create confusion among fishers. Okay, so those are some pros and cons, and I just noticed noted the differences between what this one and what we currently have. So the next slide, if you can go to the next slide, please. This one, this slide shows some corrective actions that the council could consider, and by no means this is the only thing that they can do. These are just suggestion, recommendation, and the idea here is to start conversations and see what the council would like to do, because again, it would be advisable to have a corrective action to take that it's in tune with the characteristics of the pelagic fishery, which is one of the reasons that it wasn't done before, right? We have pelagic stocks that are very alive. They are seasonal. Sometimes we have a lot of influxes depending on certain things. For example, the influx of sargassum, etc. So these are stocks that their abundance on a certain year may vary. So it's important that whatever measures are taken, we take many different things into consideration. So a corrective action could be something that would be specified in the AM, which is not something that we don't currently have. And the following measures that I'm going to mention here, potential options, could be considered as a post-season corrective action, meaning that it will happen the year after that the determination is done. One example of one management tool that could be used is the temporary fishery closure, which could be similar to that established in the process for the reef fish application. What are the pros of that? That reduces the rate of harvest in federal waters. What are the cons? It may not have the intended effect due to temporal spatial variability of pelagic fish, as you know. It would also require territories to adopt compatible regulations to be fully effective. And I want to note that we are listing in here the pros and the cons, so you know that whenever, and this is part of what the process is when, right now we don't have an IPT for this action, obviously, but when we are going through all of these alternatives and trying to think about ways of how to address a certain problem, it's important to list the things that would be a benefit and things that would not necessarily, that will perhaps not allow this to go the way that it should go. So it's important for us to list all of those things so the council, when they're making decisions, they can have all the best information to do that. Another option for pelagic stocks is a trip back limit adjustments. Oh, next slide, sorry. This is something that we can implement or modify existing commercial trip or recreational back limits. This is something that we already have in place as recent as July 25th for dolphin and wahoo. For the commercial trip limit, and recreational back limit. And a commercial trip limit could slow the rate of harvest if that was something. And that's something that I know that you guys already discussed when we were doing the Amendment 3. So what are the cons? For a commercial trip limit or changes to existing recreational back limits to be effectually implemented, it will obviously need support from territorial natural resource agencies. Establish a commercial trip limit as an accountability measure could increase enforcement issues and require additional communication with fishermen. Imposing changes in trip limits in season or from year to year will require also increased communication with fishers and could create confusion about existing restrictions. So let's go to the next step, next one. Another option, remember, these are corrective actions for AM purposes. Size limit adjustment, implement or modify current size limit for stocks. A pro is that it could slow the rate of harvest. And we also know that we have some size limit recently implemented for dolphin and wahoo in all of the islands. What are the cons? May need support from territorial natural resource agencies to be fully effective. Remember, we have a size limit right now for dolphin and wahoo, and for in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Puerto Rico also manages other species, pelagic species that are not in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So keep that in consideration. And what this option is basically saying is if their current size limit, if they're evaluating if there has to be an adjustment of the size limits, current size limits. Imposing changes in size limits in season or from year to year would require increased communication with fishers and could create confusion about existing restrictions. And then obviously we're basically opening this for your consideration in terms of, do you have any other measures that could be considered for an accountability measure, assuming that the council will want to specify something in the regulations to do when that ACT or the ACL is exceeded. Understanding, obviously, the limitations in the data, understanding that now we have more data than we had before when the island-based FNPs were implemented, and that there are characteristics of pelagic species such as temporal spatial variation. So for an AM to be effective, we have to take that into considerations. Then let's go to the next slide. And this is just an additional consideration that is not necessarily, this is not an AM, but something to think about. You can decrease discard mortality for small fish release. And this is another way, perhaps adjusting for some gear modification that would help with those fish that you release. Obviously, this is not for fish that you catch. So just something to throw in there. The last slide, please. So at this time, we just want to discuss the issue, include input on some of those options presented, as I said, and others that you may have, suggestions that you may have. We can, also the council can set an IPT to develop an action to amend the AMs to specify what would be the appropriate corrective action. And also we can discuss a timeline for development of the auction. And again, there is an IM for the pelagic stocks because that's one of the requirements. The difference here, what is lacking is that there's no corrective action. And that's something that, given the past history of the pelagics go over the ACT and ACL, the council may want to look into that and specify something that they want to do. Understanding, of course, what I mentioned before about the temporal and spatial variability of this species. Okay, so with that, I will I want to open that for comments, discussion with the council. Mr. Chair.
I have Crespo and then Gerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maria, I'm a little confused regarding the barracuda. You're talking about the stinky, we call that the one that have a prohibition that we cannot sell, or you're talking about the one we call the picuilla, that is a small scale fishery by artisanal fishers.
The barracuda is the great barracuda, Svirayana barracuda. This is the one that it's managed, federally managed. The picudilla is not federally managed.
Because I don't see any reason to manage the great barracuda, because we have a prohibition to to not sell. So the people that take it to the house is by their own risk. And I don't think much people do that because, it's high toxic.
Yep. And so this is one of those species that would benefit from what we were discussing this morning, the matrix, the framework to reevaluate the species that are currently being managed. However, that species is currently managed, is included on the federal management. So and it has AMs and it has ACLs. However, it's one of the species, like if you had a chance to look at the matrix or that Sarah put together, it will be one of those that, based on the reasons that you're saying, maybe the council want to consider further management of that species. Okay.
Ricardo?
Yes, just to add to the conversation about the barracuda, the trip tickets that we feel that the fishermen feel, they talk about the picuilla. They are not talking about the great barracuda. We don't have data from the great barracuda. So if we go back to the table that you present, my question is that table talking about have to be talking about the picuilla and not the great barracuda?
Thank you, Ricardo. No, the only species that is managed under the fishery management plan, Puerto Rico fishery plan, is the great barracuda. The reason that the rationale that is included in the FMP for that one, it was because of the importance of the barracuda for the recreational sector.
So it's not taking into consideration the information of the commercial sector because we don't have that.
All of those
data.
things were included. It should be in the fishery management plan, but some of the species, I think that was one of the criterion, Sarah. I don't know if it's criterion B or D that were used. And when the SSC and other persons went through the list and they were reviewing the information that was available and went through kind of like the same process that went through the ad hoc and going through the species, what data is available, etc. They consider to include that species because of the importance to the recreational sector. So maybe some species were included because of the importance of the commercial, and that was a decision that was made by the council with the FMP. But again, if this is a species this is why it's important to go through this process. If this is not something that the council is interested in continue managing, then that's something that definitely can be done.
Okay, I know I have Gerson, but I'm gonna hold Gerson off for a minute, give Kevin a chance.
Thank
Talking
you.
Barracuda.
Yeah, this is directly to that question. So I'm wondering if what we've got here is not species confusion by the fisher, but there's species confusion when we're compiling the statistics. So I think that's something we need to look at to make sure that it's reported as one, it's meant to be that, it somehow becomes barracuda, just the group, and then that gets confused. So I think we need to investigate that.
Thank you, Kevin. That is exactly my point. Because what we have on commercial fishery is called in Spanish picuilla, but in English is said barracuda. And that could make any confusion. Thanks.
Okay, I got Gerson and then somebody on chat.
Gerson Martinez for the record. I'm very frustrated to hear more regulations on pelagic fish. In the Virgin Islands, we get the leftovers of the Lesser Antilles because they have the Chinese fleet down there. And a fisherman spends more than $4,000 in gas to go out fishing every day to try and catch these pelagic species. And to put this burden on them and us, I include myself, it's ridiculous. This species is not an important species for a reef. It's a pelagic species that just comes through our waters and end up someplace else. And I'm very disappointed that we have been going to limits to even put burden on these guys. I admire the people who run fishing because it's so expensive
to go out there. And I always said, and I know this will sound harsh, only drug people could run fish because they could afford it. But the people that don't run drugs that need us to survive from these species, you're putting so much pressure on us. And Fasheri, this is what really frustrates me about these meetings. And this is why sometimes I just say I cannot represent fishermen if I go and get a heart attack in one of these meetings, because as a fisherman, I'm not saying that we're gonna get rich from fishing, but you guys are making it difficult for us to make an honest living. And I'm not saying that I'm going to do legal stuff neither, but there needs to be a stop where we can say, let we leave fishermen live, especially for species that don't have to do nothing with the reef. I think you guys need to get a different approach. This section needs to be left alone. I think you guys should just throw away this part and work on the reef. The reefs are very important. But when you take in fishermen from the reef and putting them to run fish, and they put all these burdens on running the fish too, so what are we gonna end up doing? Fishermen are the only people that are told you can only make you can only fish to this amount. I don't think there's any agency that tells their workers you can only work 9 months out of the year and just stay home and find a way to live for the rest of the year. Right now, we have a big issue with conch closure. 5 months closure. I don't really live out of diving the conch, but I buy the conch from the other fishermen, and that makes a economy for my people that I can support by buying from them. And now that it's a slow season, we can go and run fish, and yet bag limits, size limits. When enough is gonna be enough? I think we have given our soul to this committee, and we have given too much, and yet still today we are taking away more from the fishermen. And I hope I didn't offend nobody, but that's how I feel. Enough is enough.
Somebody on chat? No? Okay. So about there, and then Julian.
I have mixed feelings because we spent 2 years discussing sizes of dolphin, wahoo, behavior, everything. And we came up with some restrictions on sizes and catch. And all of a sudden, the chapter comes back. So, why don't we stop right now and see if what we did something? But if we start discussing this and then come up with more restrictions, then we never know if what we did was right or wrong. So I think we should just press the delete button and think about this thing, because we just discussed for 2 years what we were going to do, and now what did we do? How are we going to find out we did the right thing or the wrong thing, or we should have kept our mouth shut or whatever? I don't know, but I don't know the direction this is going, but I know the direction we came all the way to certain sizes, certain limits of these two fish, and now, I don't know. It seems to me that I'm going back 2 years from now.
Andy?
Yeah, so you bring up a good point, Roberto, and I had asked my team to look at Wahoo, for example, the overage and how much we're estimating based on the new restrictions to reduce harvest, right? And so it may be sufficient to reduce catches back within the catch limit, which is a good thing, right? That's where we want to be, we want to be not busting the catch limit. So the reason we're talking about this today is because right now we have a trigger. We're hitting that trigger for some species periodically, but we don't have a corrective action, and that's what's missing, right? And so we can talk about it as a council, but that's not a corrective action. Our goal obviously is to not have to trigger these accountability measures, but when we do and we have exceedances, then we need to have something that's available and in place in order to consider, obviously, for implementation. And as Garrison's putting out, right, we're not trying to be punitive, right? We're trying to maintain these fisheries at sustainable levels. That's why the catch limits are set where they're at. But if we exceed catch limits, then we need to have some sort of accountability measure in order to implement. So that's why we're bringing this back before the council. Is they're newly managed species. There was some unknown about them. Now that we're obviously gaining more information, we just want to tweak the accountability measure and improve upon what currently exists.
Julian?
Joey McGrath for the record. The dolphin on Oahu is a perfect example of the executive order. We spent, like Mr. Sabate said, correct me if I'm saying it wrong. We spent 2 years studying this fish. At one point, Andy, you said you wouldn't have a problem if it wasn't managed. We still ended up putting management on them. At the SSC meetings back in 2018, I go right back to that same year. There was no recreational data. We set it off a small number, and it was said at that meeting, if there was overruns, we needed to go back and revisit what the issues were in overruns. The Virgin Islands lifted the moratorium and fishing licenses for line fishing. These two species might be part of this. I don't know. Maybe at some points, and I can answer that. But by lifting the moratorium and the fishing licenses for line fishing only, this would be two of the species that fishers would target. We don't have any recreational data to this day. These fish are passing through. Like Mr. Martinez says, we get the leftovers from the Dong Island, from what the Chinese, the Japanese, the Taiwanese, all of them leave come through. They're allowed to fish in down there with the nets and give the government money for their infrastructure, while we, down the stream, suffer. So what's passing through? We might have a good year, a good month, a good week, and that's it. And that's why we feel that under the executive order, that these two species should be removed. Now, I don't have a problem, and I'm sure none of my fishers have a problem with keeping a size limit and a bag limit in place. But as it pertains to a number where it will trigger an accountability measure, that's a problem. That's a big, big, big problem. Because in St. Croix, I can speak a little bit for St. Croix, they depend heavily on these fish during the closure of their conch season. In the Virgin Islands, we depend on it to keep our tourism going. The tourists come and they want to get out there in the boats, and this is what they're going to go catch. This is what they're going to eat. But here, once again, if we can't land them, they're imported. Mahi-mahi is imported by the hundreds of thousands of pounds into these islands. And when you go to the restaurant, fresh mahi, locally caught. How much of it is actually locally caught? A very small percentage. And we need to revisit the dolphin and the wahoo. I'm not saying we don't keep something in place, but we don't need accountability measures. It should be monitored, like Mr. Sabate said, for a while. And let's see actually what's going to go on, maybe for the next 5 years. And then make a decision from there and see if by then we have the recreational for all sectors information being collected again, and what information from the commercial has been landed, and move forward from there. But for right now, to say that we need to put accountability measures in place, you're killing us. You're killing us. And like President Trump said, for every new rule you put in place, take away 10. What 10 do we have to give up? None. We don't have 10 for every new rule. And all I'm seeing every time I come to these meetings is a new rule to be put in place. So I'm asking for this to be reconsidered once again. I understand a lot of hard work went in with Maria and Sarah to put all of these stuff in place, but it needs to be revisited. Thank you.
Andy?
Right. So thanks, Julian, for your comments. So just to be clear, the Magnuson Act requires annual catch limits and accountability measures. So it's not a choice that we cannot implement an accountability measure. What we have is flexibility, though, in terms of how we implement that accountability measure. And that's why we're talking about this, right? So we did not implement in essentially a functional accountability measure. We essentially said, well, we'll talk to the council, but then we're not doing anything about it, right? Or not making any changes. So that's why we're talking about this. It's not to come back and be punitive. It's not to come back and because we like to do this. It's a requirement of the Magnuson Act. That's a federal law. In terms of the deregulatory action, your comment, the 10-for-1 applies to rules that are deemed significant, which is $100 million threshold or some other factors, right? So in terms of regulatory actions, yes, we can implement regulatory actions, but we have to account for the cost of those. And we have to also look at whether or not it's a routine action that's something that is done as part of the council process. And in this instance, obviously, this is something that is mandated and required, and we are looking to the council to help us to make adjustments and improvements to that accountability measure.
Julian?
Follow up. So again, the SSC and this council is who approved these two species to be on the managed species list. And this same group can take them off of the managed species list. Just like we have done before. They can be taken off. They don't have to stay on the managed species list. If they're not on the managed species list, then we don't need to set accountability measures for any overruns. And this is what we're asking for. And we said so from the very, very beginning. We want these two species not to be on the list.
Andy?
Right, Julian, and I appreciate that. And we talked about the species within the fishery management unit this morning, and we're moving forward with an amendment to look at that. Right now, dolphin and wahoo are included in the fishery management plan. If this council ultimately decides that they should be excluded from the fishery management plan, then you're exactly right. This amendment or this action would go away because we wouldn't need it at that point. But I don't have that luxury right now to say we aren't going to move forward with it until a decision is made as to whether or not those species will or won't be included in the fishery management unit. What we do know with dolphin and wahoo is that they're commonly caught in federal waters, right? And so they are species that we should be looking at carefully as to whether or not we be, or whether they should be continued to be managed with this council and body.
Gerson?
I see us going backwards. I see this presidential mandate spitting on because the president is looking out for his people and his own people are tying the fisherman's hand from making a living. If we continue setting these measurements or measures to protect a resource for whom is my question, because they're only passing through. We are just cutting our legs. We are not doing anything for our presidential mandate. We are not doing nothing for fishermen. Since I became a fisherman and I've been involved in these meetings, I always seen us being looked down as the problem that we have, the people who are sowing and never putting back into the resource. And I've learned to fish with the regulations that have been in place. I've never went to no government agencies to ask for help. I've known to sustain my family, and the glory is to God that He always supply me. But you guys are putting us in a bad position. And when you put an animal in a corner, he's gonna bite back. I'm not threatening nobody. But eventually you're gonna have fishermen breaking the law to survive. If you make 100 regulations and you don't have enforcement to enforce, I know Coast Guard is here today, and we have that issue. If you don't see enforcement out there, you're just wasting our time coming here to this meeting, getting stressed, going back home, wife asking us what is wrong with you, and we cannot tell them they take away more from our plate today. Because then we affect them too, we affect our family. You are affecting our, what's the word I can use? Our happiness. You're taking away from us. Every single time I come to this meeting, it's the same thing. And I think you guys should consider and reconsider what you guys are doing. I respect what Andy is saying, that you have to protect the resource, but to what limit? For whom is my question, not for us. Because if we're protecting birds that are flying into our garden, and then when they fly to my neighbor is eating them, so who am I doing a benefit for, me or the neighbor? I think enough is enough. I think you guys should start considering and stop sitting down at a table and making up regulations. You're taking away from our pocket. And I think that should come into consideration when you're making these decisions.
Crespo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the way I see, from all the Fisheries Council we have in US, this is the smallest one. I know we are in the Caribbean, but this is the council that have the biggest amount of species under management. And we have to, I support the comments of my counterparts, and I think it's time, to sit and think what is worth, and we don't have to. Because like how Gerson and Julian says, that's too much. Thank you.
Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Thank you all guys for all the nice information that you bring to the table. Me as you, my house depends on fishery also. So I know that this is very, very inside of our hearts, but hearing what Andy explained, once we move on the past action about include the mahi and the wahoo in the management, and please correct me, Andy, if I'm wrong. Now we have to take an option just in case that the next year the numbers go up the quota. So we need today to take one of these potential options.
So there's no immediate action, right? So this is essentially modifying the regulations that exist now to adjust the accountability measure. So we'd have to go through an amendment like we would be doing for spiny lobster we just passed. The point here is if we go over and we repeatedly go over, we're exceeding the catch limit, we need to adjust for the overages. And how we adjust for that depends obviously on any sort of changes that we make here around this table.
So for today, did we need to present a motion based on the presentation that we have? Or we can let this for the December meeting?
So we had, as far as next steps, starting to develop amendment or action that would look at adjustments to the accountability measures, right? So if the council would like to do that, right, you could make that motion today. Maria, Sarah, the team would work with the council staff on bringing back a document for you for consideration, and we'd go through the amendment process like we normally do over the next several meetings.
We are doing this, we're talking about this because something was triggered, right? And the fact that there is some regulation or some law that says that when this happens, you have to do this, right? But that's what I thought you said. But then if we already did something before this was triggered and it just came into solution, why don't we just wait to see if what we did is correct or not. Because we'll never know then if we now start doing changes and changes and changes, and we are going to end up not knowing if what we did is right or wrong, and we are not going to be following the directive that says less regulation and let's look things how they develop. And that's what we should be doing, waiting to see if what we did prior to the problem that you're naming happened. So let's see if what we did is correct or not.
Andy?
Yeah. So we have a catch limit, a quota that we set, and then you have management measures that help to control the amount or rate of harvest, right? Whether it's a size limit, a bag limit, a trip limit, I mean, it varies depending on the species we manage, right? Those are all intended to manage the rate of harvest, and then total landings at the end of the year are calculated and compared against that catch limit, typically over a multi-year period, to determine if the catch limit, or in this case, the catch target, was exceeded. So you're right in terms of we just implemented dolphin wahoo regulations. If those are successful, they're going to bring down catches, and we will not trigger the catch limit or the catch target from being exceeded. But if they're not sufficient, right, the problem is once it's triggered, we don't have then an action of how we're addressing the overage going forward. And so that's what we're essentially suggesting here, is that despite the new restrictions that are being put in place, which may be successful, in the event that we have future overages, right, we still need a mechanism in terms of how to address them, like we do with all the other species we manage in the Caribbean or Gulf or South Atlantic. And so this would just be starting the exploratory phase as to how we could adjust that in a way that makes the most sense, obviously, for these fisheries and these fishermen.
Vanessa, aye. Aye.
So I just want to help understand, right? So like we created these IVFMPs. That is a choice that we as a council made. This is a part of that, right? What we're doing now is evaluating what action we can take that would be the best one, right? We only have those choices because of what's been already enacted, that we enacted, right? I think that needs to be made clear. That is our fishery-based management plan that has, if this happens, this will occur, right? This isn't something that was instituted by NIMS. It's something that we put into our management plan. So we're at a stage now where we can decide upon what type of accountability measure is enacted. So that also means we can look at the impacts that it would have, right? And find the one that works best within the options that we have. In addition to that, whenever there are changes to data collection, meaning there'll be increased reporting that can show us more information about the population of the stock, or there are things that are showing us that, you know, what other management actions we've put in place are impacting those levels, we can take that information into account and make a decision. But if we don't make a decision on what type of accountability measures, we're going to be right back at the table, and we'll have less options that we can decide upon what accountability measure to take, right? And we can also discuss removing these things from the management plan, but that's not the stage that we're at now. The stage that we're at now is identifying what is the best type of action we want to take for accountability measures that we are recommending. But if we simply say, I don't want to do it, that both denigrates the fishery-based management plans that we as a council developed and denigrates the process by which we go through to make the decisions. And that makes it less important for anyone to take any of the decisions that we make seriously. And so I think it's important for us to understand those things when we are discussing these questions at this table.
Vanessa?
Thank you, Sinai, for that information. So I will want to know if I can present a motion specifically for Puerto Rico, or it have to be for all the FMPs?
It would be relevant for all the FMPs.
Okay, well, hearing that, I want to present a motion. If Christina, please, could you put the option B in there? Okay, I would like to present a motion to select option B as the less worst that we have in here.
Maria?
Hi, thank you. This is Maria. I just want to clarify, we're not making selections of options right now or anything like that. This is just examples of things that you can look at. At this point, we're just presenting that there is a need for the council to do something that it's mandated. The process of what's end up being the result of that, we're not there right now. The mandate will be right now. What the council should be doing right now is just saying, hey, let's look into this, right? Let's set up an IPT, let's come up with options and things like that. Does that help a little bit, Vanessa? I think in the sense that, I mean, it's good that we're looking into this. I think it's, and that's something that we can take into consideration when it's included in as an, when there's a document.
Yes,
Yeah.
because about the information that the DAPS members in here and Roberto and everyone says, it looks like we need to move for something. So I get confused on this, because if we can let this until December, it's gonna be better for her, more time. But if we need to take or decide something now, then please clarify on that.
Yes, of course. Let me clarify. Yes. So what we are doing here is just presenting to you that there is a need to address something. So at this stage, it's basically the council will task staff to look into it. That's it, right? They can create a white paper, a discussion paper. There are things that are ongoing right now. You just put a size limit and a back limit. We want to know if there's a possibility that can constrain catch to the ACL. So we don't know that yet because we just put it in place, right? So this is not something that we have to do immediately. We just have to take action and start the process so we can look into these things. So right now, what the council could do is say, maybe pass a motion to task staff to look into creating an options paper to address the modification of AMs for pelagics, to set a corrective action, something like that. And then in December, if the council wants, we can bring options for the council to discuss in December. And in December, you can decide, okay, we're not ready to take action. We want different actions. We are okay with these options. Or the council can move forward and develop this into an amendment, et cetera. So just something like that. But it's not an urgency to make a decision right now. It's just starting the path to move forward. I hope that clarifies.
Thank you, Maria.
Miguel?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, because that motion will be jumping ahead what we need to do. Actually, what we need from the council is approval of the, puedes ponerle el slide ese que tenía the next steps. Just follow what Maria was saying is the way to go. You know, you need to have a IPT, look at this, and then at the December meeting, you have other options to take. What you cannot do is to remove anything without following the process. So what the staff is presenting to you, we already have the discussion. So we already got that done. The next step will be the IPT. And then once the IPT develop the information that you need, it will be presented to you at the December meeting. The other thing that we need to do is to discuss the timeline. So at the December meeting, you have this document. Then in 2026, you continue developing the strategy for this. If at the end of the process, you can convince the Secretary of Commerce that you can remove this species without nothing happening to the stock, fine. And since the beginning, I have my own personal idea about these two species, but I'm not supposed to say anything. So, Mr. Chairman, what we need to know from you guys is, as a council, is do we want the IPT or not? Do you want to have a timeline to have this meeting in December, discuss the outcome of the IPT, and then what is the next step for you after the December Are you gonna pursue this alternative? You're gonna, because there is always a no action alternative. Actually, if you have a no action here, then we're stuck with what we have that you saw already. So what is the pleasure of the council regarding this?
Sinai?
So can I just get clarification, Mary? You're looking for a generalized IPT to evaluate all potential AMs for all pelagics or for the ones that have identified as possible overages?
Thank you, Sinai. So for the U.S. Virgin Islands will be dolphin and wahoo are the only ones that you manage. Puerto Rico has other pelagic species. The pelagic species are managed as a group, right? The AMs will be specified for all the pelagics, right? So that would be something that the council may be looking at. And again, that doesn't mean there were two options included, two or three options in there, but that doesn't mean that those have to be the options. They could be other things. There could be more discussions at the next council meeting. They could be public hearing, whatever you want to do as a council member, that's part of the process.
Ricardo?
Yes, Ricardo Lopez for the record. My question is not about the process, but I would like to review the table that you present with the dolphin and the barracuda and the wahoo. Can we see that on the presentation? Yeah, that one. I don't quite understand how do you calculate the last two columns percentages. How do you get to that, to those numbers? Yeah.
Hi, this is Sarah. So to get to that, you would, for instance, the first row, Dolphin and St. Thomas, you would divide the 10,000 pounds, 10,035 is what they landed, by the applicable ACT, the 8,800, and that would be basically 114%. So it's just 14% over what they're allowed, which is 100%. Does that make sense? Let me do it.
You say that I will divide the 10,035 by 8,800, and that will give me 14%.
Yes. Let me do it.
She's calculating that
Yeah.
now.
So with the 14% over the 100, so basically it's 114%
Yeah.
of the ACT.
Right.
I already did it. It's 114. So you're 14% over 100, right? If you exactly hit the ACT, you'd be at 100%. And okay. But this is 114%, so that's where that 14 comes from, if that makes sense.
So it's the same as if we subtract the 8,800 subtracted from the 10,035, and then divided by 10,035 should give me the 14%. It's not the same?
You divide it by the 8,800. You could do that subtraction, then divide by the 8,800.
All right, thank you.
And I would have done it that way too, Ricardo, because that's the way my mind works.
Okay, so I think, I believe that we should go through the exercise that's been mentioned, and if somebody wants to make a motion to have the IPT develop, so we can start this discussion and come up with all the options and all the recommendations, and then we'll see what we got from there and make our selections after that. But I can't make a motion.
Sinayaptis, I motion that the council recommends staff to develop an IPT and provide recommendations for accountability measures for pelagic species in the island-based fisheries management plans for the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico.
Need a second.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Okay, the motion to recommend staff to create an interdisciplinary planning team to develop an action to amend pelagic accountability measures in the island-based FMPs to specify the appropriate corrective action. Moved by Sinai, seconded by Vanessa. Sabater, discussion?
You're putting there amend. I would change the word amend to study or look into it, but not amend because you're already telling to do something.
Does the motion person wants to accept that or go back? Andy?
Yes, Sinai, do you want to accept that as a friendly amendment or were you good with
Yeah,
amend?
I'm fine. I actually have some revisions. I would just say motion for staff to create an interdisciplinary planning team to develop recommendations on pelagic accountability measures for the island-based FMPs. And so aren't AMs already corrective actions? So I think you don't need to specify the appropriate, do we need to put that in there or is it clear enough as is?
So basically what this is doing is specifying the corrective action in the AM. So the AM includes a corrective action, we just haven't specified that. And also is basically the staff doesn't create the IPTs, basically the council mandates the creation of an IPT. So so the AM is already specified, NIMS and the council identify what the corrective action is. So that's the thing that it's missing. So however you want to fix it, I'll help you. So to
you're
develop,
saying the recommendations need to be for corrective actions to be taken in accountability measures.
yes,
So
thank you.
let's put that. Recommendations on corrective actions for accountability measures to pelagics in the island-based fisheries management plans.
And
Then delete everything after FMPs. Annie, does that address what we needed to address? All right.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, no further discussion. We'll take it to a roll call vote. Sabater?
Aye.
Sinai, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Andy, yes.
Call, yes. ¿Quién? Oh.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Any further discussion? No, no votes, abstentions, motion carries. Okay. Now we're gonna have the public comment period. We have, Virginia Chevet. Is it?
Thank you. This is Virginia Chervet, Director of the USC Fisheries Conservation Lab at the University of South Carolina. I just wanted to revisit something relatively quickly. As a scientist that works collaboratively with U.S. Caribbean fishers on addressing research needs for management, I'm concerned about some statements made earlier in this meeting and have a question that hopefully we can further discuss tomorrow at some point, because I know we're at the end of the day. Kevin McCarthy stated that the CDR process doesn't really include external review for species with prior assessments, but that is contradicted by two clear facts. First, CDR 91 terms of reference included an external review of the lobster assessments. I thought when we discussed this at the meeting, the council meeting, that y'all voted on that, the reason was because it's such an important species. And the original review was done a while ago and then revisited several years ago, and then an update was done. So it seemed appropriate. Everyone seemed like they agreed it was appropriate to have an external review. Number two, CDAR 84 just did an external review panel for yellowtail snapper and stoplight parrotfish, two species that were reviewed previously through assessments. And the external review panel workshop that occurred a few weeks ago was actually extremely insightful. And several of the fishers that I work with commented that they thought it was super valuable to go through that process for those two species. And we're looking forward to actually having that same process for lobster, which is an incredibly important species for all three platforms. The Science Center committed to an external review panel for the lobster assessment as part of the CDAR 91 terms of reference that was voted on and approved by the council, Caribbean Fishery Management Council. With all of the concerns that we have heard expressed today for lobster, and I'm sure will be expressed, additional concerns will be expressed in the future as we go further on to discuss this stuff when Kevin presents something, an update on what's going on with the lobster assessment tomorrow. And then the fact that y'all indicated multiple times today via Andy, Kevin, and Maria that new additional data that was not reviewed in the data workshop for the lobster assessment, and for which there's no working paper or any sort of paper for the public and fishers to review concerning what that data is, where it came from, how it was collected, will be somehow now added to the assessment model or evaluation process. It just seems super important to stick to your original commitment for an external review, an external peer review of the process. Both Nelson and Julian already expressed concern about the assessment without any of us fully knowing what the assessment model or assessment report actually says yet, because it hasn't been released publicly, at least on the CDAR website the last time that I checked. From my experience, if we want fishers to trust results of an assessment or of any scientific study, and we believe in the science behind it, we want the fishermen to trust the science behind it, then we don't go back on a commitment for peer review of our efforts. So essentially my question for future discussion is, can the council please request additional information on ensuring that CDAR 91 follows through on its original commitments, or some sort of statement that is not vague about higher ups and so on, that decided without any discussion, including the council or the fishers that contributed to the whole stock assessment process. Can we please go back and revisit those terms of reference and discuss why it is valid for a commitment that was made by the Science Center to do a very important peer review of their work to ensure scientific integrity, ensure that the trust is maintained with the fishers. Like, can we at least discuss this in a sincere way that is not just arbitrary? Oh, someone decided this, so that's what we're doing. That's my concern. That's my question. It's always good to be reviewed, have your work peer reviewed.
Okay, thank you, Virginia, for your comments. We have another person here, Tony. Tony.
Good evening, folks. Tony Blanchard for the record. I'd like to be very clear as to who I representing. I'm representing me, the commercial fisher. I would have to give thumbs up to the previous person that just gave their statements, Virginia. Thumbs up. I think that the managers of the fishery need to take a close look as to how the fishery is being managed. Perfect example is the lobsters for Puerto Rico. We are asking Puerto Rico to basically take cuts on 100% of their catch, when really 7% of the catches and the lobsters come out of the EEZ. But we want them to suffer penalties for 100% of the fishery. I mean, to me, it don't sound fair. And then we are asking the Puerto Rican government to buy into this, which I really don't know how they would, if they think it through, I don't know how they would agree to that. Because I think they're getting the short end of the stick. And I don't want to sound like a harbinger, because really I'm not. But, you know, some of us say to the table are worried about our jobs with NOAA and whatever part of the fishery they're involved in. Now, this is what we stand by every day when regulations come down the pipe and we are on the short end. Now, we got to figure out where our money coming from. And just like regulations, they go on the books, they don't ever be revised, they don't ever be looked at most of the time. So if you make a foolish decision, you never go back and fix it. And that's the problem with regulations. When you have a fool in the chair not thinking it through, and just think it's a vote, and they vote on something that they don't really understand. But these consequences last for years. Me, as going to be one of the managers of this fishery, I think we need to take a close look at what we're doing, how we're doing it, and what we actually asking of the fishers and the other user groups that are involved in these fisheries. Because I guarantee you, if some of us sitting at the table was in their position, they would have a whole different take on it. So what I'm saying is we need to think clear as to what we're asking, think it through, and just not think, as you know, well, okay, we go vote on it. Because remember, the vote lasts forever in some circumstances. We make decisions on closed areas that really they're not managed properly, in my opinion. It's impossible to manage a 14 square mile area just sampling one part of the reef or two parts of the reef. Impossible. And although I'm not a scientist, I'm not a fool either. So the message here is, before we make a decision, we need to put ourselves in the shoes of the people that we are making decisions on and ask ourselves, if this was me, how I would take it. And I'm going to leave you on that note today.
Thank you, Tony. So we're gonna go on recess until tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, and we have a closed session, so, in about 10 minutes. And only council members in the closed session.
Excuse. I park